Welcome to ZSR, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the main channel and welcome to an anniversary. Happy birthday, Skyward Sword HD. And what better way there is to celebrate than to just host a nice, clean, amazing any percent race. So welcome to the show and welcome to a 5-people race. You will see 4 of the races on stream right now, and through the program you will be led by our 2 fantastic commentators, by 64-bit Link and by TOTR444. Take it away.
All right.
Yep. Hello, everyone. So this is going to be a fun race to watch. So probably the biggest thing that's happened the past year is the Switch 2 has come out. So I believe most of our runners are going to be on Switch 2, which basically just provides faster loading times. The amiibo registers faster. And yeah, I think we're just about setting up the race now. So I'll let my co-commentator get a few words in.
Yeah, so as Andy said, everyone's playing on Switch 2. It's going to save a little bit of time, and also there is plenty of new tricks from last year that have been discovered, so that's going to be also pretty fast. And yeah, that's all.
Yep. So looks like we're just about getting ready to start.
Oh yeah, something I wanted to mention is that there was a new world record just yesterday by Flo, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's the Switch 2 saves a little over 3 minutes just from faster load. So yeah, we'll see some competition in this category again because of that. So yeah, it should be exciting to watch, and maybe we'll see a new record in this.
Yeah.
So it looks like the timer is about started. So the first thing to mention is that this run is going to be in hero mode. And in hero mode causes the runners to take double damage, which actually does wind up being beneficial because we do a number of death warps during the run. There's also it gives us the empowered Skyward Strike. It's the same Skyward Strike that you would have at the end of your normal mode playthrough, and that's used to trivialize the combat in the first half of the game. So yeah, the beginning here is mostly just tutorials here. So one thing that you'll notice right away is this little lime-looking thing on the screen next to Link, and that is the stamina meter. And the runners are going to be trying to keep that stamina meter within the last quarter as much as possible, because the last quarter drains at a slower rate but refills at the same rate. So it's more efficient to use that last bit of the stamina meter. And also, rolling is the technically fastest form of movement, but it only saves between 0 and 2 frames depending on the slope. So runners will generally use rolling for short distances because it consumes a lot of stamina. If they're going longer distances, they will just sprint.
Yeah, one thing about the improved Skyward Sword that you get from hero mode is that it also charges and goes faster and further, and that allows for some pretty neat tricks. So we will see runners do a trick to skip some of Deep Woods zone later on. So yeah. But right now they're just going to get the practice sword, which is not a really good sword, so they won't be doing combat with it. It's just mandatory to advance the story.
Yeah.
Also, something to mention is that language doesn't matter in this game. If you just press B, the text rolls instantly, so yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is a significant difference from the original game where there was no way to quickly advance the text. other than holding the A button, which caused it to go at double speed. So having this very instant text was a huge boon to this game when it came out.
Yeah.
So now we're heading to Waterfall Cave because our goal right now is to rescue the Loftwing and then to do the wing ceremony to get the sailcloth. Now, if you've watched speedruns of the original game, you might be thinking about a glitch in the original game called Back in Time, which allows for all sorts of shenanigans, but that does not work in Skyward Sword HD for the simple reason that the Switch does not have a reset capability on it, so Back in Time will not work, and that means that this run is a very different speed run from the original.
Yeah. The original, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, the original is, is like the any percent speed run is a little over an hour. This run is gonna clock in at somewhere around 4 hours.
Yeah, and the reason for that is just because Back in Time allows for manipulating flags, which is very useful because flags basically tells the game what state it should be in, and so you can do also other stuff with it and notably get to the Thunder Dragon very fast, which is also the goal of this run.
Yeah. So right here, we're in the Loftwing tutorial, and there is a trick here where you can manipulate the tutorial text in order to skip a part of the tutorial and by overlapping the two sections. And so if they get it, you'll notice that like the tutorial part 1 text will like briefly flash up a second time before the tutorial part 2 text. It looks like Flo got it. Andy did not. I think Zeld's got it, and yeah. And now we have a cutscene here, which is not skippable on the Switch version. It would be skippable on the Wii version because there's a save prompt there, but the save prompts were all removed on in favor of autosaves on the Switch version. So the game autosaves basically through every load zone and anytime you walk near a statue and a bunch of other times as well. So that eliminated the need for specific save prompts. So in most cases, when the runners will need to set a save point, they will rely on autosaves for that.
Yeah, there is also a trick that is that autosaves uses later on in Ancient Cistern, which is going to skip most of the dungeon. Yeah, it basically lets you get the boss key very early, but we'll see that later. For now, they're just chasing a bird. You have to catch him twice. Not much to say, I think.
Yeah, there's a bit of RNG to this, where the bird can fly outside the boundary where you're allowed to go and then fly back in, and that kind of can cause it to take a little bit longer or less long, depending on when the yellow bird decides to turn. Yeah, this is not randomizer. This is, in fact, the vanilla game, to answer a question from chat. So, after we get the sailcloth and dive down, we're going to enter the Phi Chase, which Flo is in currently. And so this is kind of just a scripted section where you just have to follow Phi, who will eventually lead us to the goddess statue, where we will get the goddess sword and Emerald Tablet, which will allow us to get to the surface and start the actual game and kind of the end of the tutorial segment. So you get this little jump scare with the Remlet. So coming up here, there's some keys that can kind of troll the runners potentially. It's a little bit unfortunate if that happens, but usually you can avoid them. So hopefully all of our runners will be able to get through without incident. Yeah, looks like flows up the vines.
Yeah, so coming up, something that it might be pretty good to mention is that they're going to enter the statue using C-Up, which stops Link from his movement, and that's very fast because you can move instantly after the transition. C-Up is used in a bunch of places to reduce cutscenes. I don't really know why it does that, but it sure does.
Yeah, so there's kind of two uses. Yeah, one of them is that it kills your momentum, and part of that is when you go out the other side from a load zone, if you have any momentum, Link will slowly walk after the load zone, whereas if you kill all your momentum, whether it be with C-Up or with a front hop or something like that, then Link will just be still and you gain control immediately. So yeah, Andy just got the Goddess Sword, Flo has Skyward struck the pedestal, and yeah, now we just have to place the Emerald Tablet. So we're kind of just in cutscenes for a little bit longer, but we will eventually get to the gameplay portion.
Yeah.
So yeah, here's where Link will also get his signature green tunic. And he will also get the adventure pouch from Fledge, which has 4 slots to hold bottles or shields or other such things. We'll be getting a shield and 2 bottles throughout this run. The shield is useful in combat. There's one mini-boss in particular where it saves way more than enough time to make up for the time it takes to get the shield from Owlin here, who just gives you a shield for free. So that's significantly faster than buying one from the Bazaar.
Yeah, and then the bottles are going to be used to open Fire Sanctuary and also get some sacred water for the Water Dragon. So there's going to be some bowl management throughout this run.
Yeah. And so we're going to be flying into the Farron Pillar. Oh no, Andy.
Oh, nice.
Missed the dive, which is a little unfortunate. You kind of have to take an angled dive off the platform, which can sometimes not want to work.
I think right here, he just didn't have enough stamina.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't have enough stamina, you'll just kind of drop. So one note here, there were a lot of Phi triggers in the original game that were removed in HD, and one of those Phi triggers is around the Farron Pillar, so we're able to just fly the Loftwing directly into it without having to worry about dodging that Phi trigger. The Phi trigger still technically exists, but you have to manually call Phi in order to get it. There are a few other, especially in this segment that's coming up, there are a bunch of Phi triggers that were removed because they kind of realized when making this remake that the Phi triggers were kind of excessive. And They didn't remove all of them, but they removed enough that along with the instant text, it makes the pacing at the beginning of the game much more bearable than in the original version. So you'll notice the runners, using the sailcloth there to avoid taking fall damage, falling into the pit. So for now, there's not really any advantage to being at low health, so the runners are going to be looking to try to conserve their health as much as possible.
Yeah, as said in the beginning, there is some portion where they'll take damage intentionally because they are going to choose another save and then dying so that you can respawn at the auto save statue. There's a bunch of places where it's strictly necessary for a glitch, but also a lot of places where it's just faster to respawn at some place instead of backtracking.
Yeah, so Flo here is going to be getting the first bottle, which contains a revitalizing potion. That revitalizing potion is nice to refill our health because we basically can use it at any point up until the lead up to the 4th dungeon, so it can be nice to use if you accidentally take some damage, and because there's a few points where you do want to have health. And then here, this beacon can be one of the most frustrating parts of the early game, because Impa is very picky about the position of this beacon. Unfortunately, it looks like Leonel failed the beacon placement the first time. And so we're going to... Yeah, so... Looks like the other runners successfully placed the beacon the first time, though, so that is always nice. And then we get a cutscene after leaving the temple. That cutscene will always play even if you manually remove the beacon first. And here we have our first combat in the game, and as Flo showed off, it's completely trivialized by the enhanced Skyward Strike. Also, Flo picked up a green rupee, and that is a good place to get the rupee text and avoid having to dodge the green rupees for the entire run, because we're waiting for a cutscene to trigger anyways. Unfortunately, it's a bit RNG where that green rupee spawns and if it spawns at all. And then we get a Phi trigger that's new to this game that explains, or Phi explains that you can activate and use the amiibo. So the amiibo in this game, if you're on the surface, it will allow you to instantly teleport to the sky, and then you can use the amiibo to respawn back where you were. We won't be using it for a little bit, but in the second half of the run, it's used a lot to avoid backtracking. So we'll talk about it more when it becomes relevant, but yeah. We've got some more combat here as we begin the slingshot segment. So we're going to have to rescue 4 Kikwis and then talk to the Kikwi Elder to get the slingshot. This is mandatory in order to both get the slingshot, which is needed to get into Skyview Temple, but also to be able to get any other item, because part of getting the slingshot is getting the item wheel, which allows you to select your item. If you try to get another item before getting the slingshot, the game will just soft lock because it tries to open the item wheel, but it can't.
Yeah, it's not like we can skip the slingshot anyways, I think in SD. I don't think so, at least. But yeah.
Yeah, because we don't have a way to get into Skyview Temple anyways. You can get into Deep Woods by doing a Skyward Strike off of a Bokoblin onto a vine. Shoutouts to the 4 heart pieces category. There's a runner named Variety Pack who did some runs of that, and in that run they take advantage of that. But yeah, in any run that has to beat the game, we need the slingshot just to get into Skyview Temple.
Yeah, so right now we're just chasing Koroks. You may have noticed that the runners are blocking a wall, and that's doing a cutscene. This is good for movement, but also it changes a bit of text from the Elder Kikui, which is gonna be faster. That's just a plus because it's mostly gonna be used for movement.
Yeah. So basically, the idea is that that you're normally supposed to shoot down that vine with a slingshot, and the Kikui Elder thinks, "Oh, you must have shot the vine down while you were on his back." But yeah, there's kind of, I think, a little bit of an oversight where you can bonk that wall there in a specific place and cause the vine to come down early, which avoids a lot of extra movement in this area. Yeah, I wonder if there will be any runners who go for Lopsa Roll here, which is a tiny frame saver where you can bonk Lopsa down off the tree early, but it's kind of risky. Leonil opted to just get the blue rupee.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight window, and if you fail it, there is a cutscene that plays, and it loses a bit of time.
Yeah.
So I don't think runners will go for it, but let's see. And you can still go for it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that people kind of go for more for the memes than anything else. But yeah.
Okay, he went for it, but he missed.
Yeah, he missed it late, so he didn't get the cutscene. So here, Flo is cutting that grass in a specific way. Unfortunately, it looks like he failed the trick. But if you cut the grass in a very specific way, you can avoid that Kikui moving and immediately talk to him.
Yeah, Leonel just did it. It's very good if you get it.
So, yeah, and then Flo is talking to the last Kikui here. And, yeah, and then that's the only fight trigger that we get for the most of this Kikui chase. Which, yeah, again, a lot of fight triggers were removed from the this version that were in the original. And yeah, so so here the left text option is faster for most of the text sequences in this first Farron segment. A lot of times, especially with the instant text, it doesn't really matter. So it's like it's on the order of frames that you're saving by selecting the correct text options. But it's still nice to pick the faster text options and get that little bit of time save.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Right here, runners are doing a side up, which is just a nice move and take. You can side up before getting the prompt for the slingshot, which skips or I guess it doesn't skip, but you skip a bit of movement going off of the Elder Kikui's back, which is always good.
Yeah. The other thing you'll notice that the runners are going to be pushing down a log after they get the slingshot, and that's because we want to be able to get up to the Lake Floria doors later on after or to get to Ancient Cistern much later. So there's a few shortcuts that we're going to be opening up for later in the run. And then Flo's going to be heading into Deep Woods. We get this short cutscene of Girahim's feet.
Nice.
And so
right.
We're going to see... Yeah, okay. I guess
go ahead.
Okay, so I guess Flo has elected not to go for Extending Blow and is instead going to be going for a trick called Cube Warp. Some of the runners may elect to do Extending Blow. So Extending Blow is a trick where you can hit where you can knock the Bokoblin down in a way that he would fall into the void, but the game still registers him as kind of alive, but not at the same time, and it causes Link, when he does the ending blow, instead of going to where the Boko is, it'll send him to the origin of the map, and it lets you skip most of the section. Instead, it looks like most of the runners are going for...
Zelda's going for it. So we'll see if he gets it. Yep. Oh no, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, he still got, like... He got the exciting blow, but he messed up the move... Or there's a little bit of complicated movement afterwards to actually go the full way with... There's a relatively new setup for it, and he didn't quite get all the way with it. If you get all the way, you basically go right in front of the temple. Andy looks like he just got a bad Boko bounce, which happens. It is, unfortunately, has an RNG component. The other trick is called Cube War, and Andy the Madman is going for its setup-less. There is a setup to get into a pretty good position for it, but...
he got it.
Yeah, so you can basically get him into a certain position where you can get a Skyward Strike off of him to get to hit the Goddess Cube, and the Goddess Cube teleports you.
Yeah. The third option is what Lionel did. It's the Walk of Shame. You just do the area normally.
Yep. And now Flo is going to be doing a trick here where he's going to be able to through this web next to the spider to avoid having to uncurl any of the vines.
Yeah, you can barely roll between them, so that's good.
Yeah, also did another optimization there where he was able to roll the reverse way through the spider web as the slingshot pellet was in the air hitting the switch. Yeah, so Flo is the current world record holder, so I expect him to go for many, if not all, of the tiny optimizations.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zeld's got the roll there.
Actually, there was some optimization found in this room where you can jump from the map chest to the other side to get the small key early, but it's really precise and no one's going for it.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone has done it on HD.
Yeah, it was test only. Well, it's not test only, but it's really precise.
Yeah, and then, yeah, Andy unfortunately taking a few shots at that crystal. The slingshot aim is kind of weird in this game. It takes some getting used to. So, and slingshot ammo isn't like super tight, but you really don't want to be missing a ton. There are sufficient backup pickups, but if you don't have to go for the backups, then that obviously saves time.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna use the slingshot for a bunch of optimization, like blowing up bombs early, stuff like that. Also,
Yeah,
basically, wherever we can skip using the beetle, which is really slow.
Yeah, so that seed pickup I expect all the runners to go for. Flo is going to be entering the first mini-boss, which is just a Stalfos, and it's also the first time that we're going to be using the shield, because it can be defeated really quickly by just using a few shield bashes to get in a lot of hits.
Yeah, if you stun him. And you might also notice that runners are not equipping the shield before that, and he just de-equipped the shield, and that's because rolling with the shield is really hard for some reason. You end up shield bashing a lot.
Yeah, it's because the shield bash and rolling are mapped to the same input, so sometimes the game will misinterpret a roll as a shield bash, and it's really annoying when that happens. So to combat that, we try to have the shield equipped as little as possible. So the other runners are are now approaching the mini-boss fight. Flo is going to be heading towards the second small key in this dungeon, which is locked by the beetle. So Zelds now has the beetle. So one property of the beetle to mention here is that when you're flying the beetle, you want to try to fly it straight upwards towards whatever flight height you want it to be at, and then level, because the beetle will fly faster when it's level than when it's angled. So you want to keep it angled as little as possible.
Yeah, in general, flying the beetle is really slow. As I said, so if we can avoid using it, we'll avoid. Mostly by using precise shots with the slingshot.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple examples of that in this dungeon. And there's another example of that that's only seen in 100%, where you can actually snipe the crystal at the top of that central statue with a slingshot for getting that heart piece early, but yeah, not something we have to worry about in 80%. So here's one of the snipes on Flo's screen, and he got that first try, which is actually kind of impressive, because oftentimes it will take 2 shots, because the slingshot pellet can hit this web. And then you have to shoot a second time to actually hit the switch. And so up here, Flo's going to be able to cross this tightrope before any of these Deku Babas have a chance to attack, which is a optimization because we don't have to defeat any of them. And then we have the second mini-boss in this dungeon, which is a Staldra. And Flo taking it out relatively quickly by... he was able to slash 2 of the heads and then slash the third one while it was in its kind of stunned state, and therefore defeat it quickly. And then coming up here, we have a trick where we can use a Skyward Strike to knock this spider out of the way and avoid using the beetle there. And then we can open up this shortcut here for later, because we will actually be returning to this dungeon a second time in about an hour. Or maybe actually a little more than an hour.
Yeah, a little more. We need it for the Water Dragon quest. Which actually is kind of funny, because if you go the normal way, there are actually some more enemies going for the normal way. So I don't really know why they did just allow this shortcut to be open for the second visit, but okay. And right here, Flo is gonna jump using those ropes, and it might look easy, but it's actually pretty precise.
Yeah, the vines are kind of notorious. And they're all... Yeah, so... Yeah, Flo made that look easy. It's... Especially on HD, like, I've always felt that the vines are more awkward on HD than on the original version.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, to answer the question from chat, we're gonna see all the runners basically doing the same thing because this is a vanilla speedrun. So we expect to see the same route for all the runners.
Yeah, as for the route, we're mostly gonna follow the story. We'll be skipping some stuff, but up until the Song of the Hero quest, we'll be just going vanilla.
Yeah, there really aren't a lot of major skips in this game because in the original version you had Back in Time, which allows for a lot more skips, and we can completely break the game with it. But in this version, we don't have that.
Yeah. Also, good gearing tied from Float. Generally, we want as little darts as possible from him. It's RNG, but yeah, I think he didn't get much of darts.
Yeah. So one important thing to note here is all the runners will be getting the heart container in this dungeon. It's not just for safety. As I mentioned, we will be returning to this dungeon. There will be a new boss in this boss room. And if you skip the heart container and then come back and defeat that mini boss, then the heart container spawning animation will play a second time. So we want to avoid that by picking up the heart container.
Yeah, it's a very slow animation too.
Yeah, so I'll talk a bit more about the gearing fight now that Zelds and Andy are in it. So Zeld's got a really nice start by being able to hit Girahim immediately with a jump attack. But other than that, it's basically doing a slash spin attack. And ideally, you want to get between Girahim and the wall because that significantly lowers the chance that Girahim will teleport. Yeah, the first phase that Indy just went through, Girahim holds his hand out and you need to slash opposite his hand in order to prevent him from grabbing your sword.
Yeah, this first phase you can do pretty fast because if you just keep Girahim from jumping away, then he just keeps taking the hits, so it's really fast.
Yeah. Yeah, overall, like, this fight has, the kind of unfortunate RNG factor with the darts, but other than that, like, it's probably the, like, most complex sword fight in the game thus far. So it is, I think, an interesting fight from that perspective. But there is the unfortunate RNG factor. So Flo is placing the Ruby tablet, which we get after beating Skyview. And that is going to allow us to access the Elden region.
Yeah, we're going to see some pretty neat tricks in Elden.
Yeah, and you'll see the runners when they go for Skyward striking the crest here. First of all, we can roll on the stairs there, which is something that on the original version you would bonk. But a lot of these runners are going to be like doing a side hop or something like that after doing the Skyward strike to the crest, and that's just to get 100 swag points.
Yep.
It has no other purpose.
I mean, shooting the Skyward strike from as far as possible is nice because it keeps doing a jump, but the things you do after that, it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah. And I mean, it's basically you want to kind of always be like, when you're Skyward striking something, you want to try to move towards it as much as possible while the Skyward strike is charging, and then try to hit it from as far away as possible once you have it fully charged. And it's all about trying to just like optimize movement and how long the Skyward strike is in the air. Which can be a pretty significant amount of time. So here we're gonna see where Flo's gonna throw a bomb towards there and then immediately blow it up with a slingshot. We're gonna be doing that a lot where we're trying to blow up bombs as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And coming up is a trick that is going to skip some segment of this Elden region, where we're going to throw a bomb onto the rock that is blocking the way to Magma Myths. It's kind of precise, and it saves a bit of time. So yeah.
Yeah, Flo getting that first try and making it look easy, which it is not. It is incredibly precise. To the point where I used to go for that trick a long time. I don't go for it anymore. I personally don't find it worth it for myself. But Flo has a lot of experience with this game, and feels a lot more comfortable with it.
Yeah, for sure. Alright, so in this fight you just need to lure the bokoblin on top of this platform, and this way it stops from spawning more bokoblins, so you can just use your Skyward Strike to clear them. Unfortunately, he missed 2 of the bokoblins, so he had to manually fight them.
Yeah, what happened there was, I think, is that he hit one of the bokoblins with the blade of his sword instead of the Skyward Strike, and that and then you don't get the Skyward Strike damage. So you do have to clear enough distance from the enemy so that it's only the Skyward Strike that hits.
Yeah, and right here you can just kind of place a bomb but not get damage from it for some reason.
Yeah, I don't think anyone fully understands why that happens.
Yeah, it's just kind of a thing you can do.
Yeah, maybe when the decomp gets further on, we'll have an answer, but not for now.
I'm not sure if circles is possible in HD actually, but right here you can, at least in SD, you can do a trick to make Link go in circles.
I don't see why that wouldn't be possible on the on HD.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to see if someone goes for it.
Yeah. Zeld's kind of showing a little bit about this being not like, or being pretty difficult. And yeah. I'm not sure how many tries it is before it would have been faster to just go the normal way, which Andy is showing off for us. You just have to roll the bomb over the bone bridge there.
Yeah, the thing about this trick is that first the bomb explodes kind of fast, so you have to go fast. Okay, he does not go for it anymore. But you have to go fast, and also the angle is pretty precise.
Yeah.
Go too far left and you hit the wall, and go too far right and you don't hit the stone. So yeah.
Yeah, Zeld's doing a little bit of an optimization here where he's like starting to run across the bone bridge while that bomb is waiting to blow up. Unfortunately, it didn't quite hit the lava, so it took a while. But yeah, Flo is now at the top of the volcano and now to dig up the 5 pieces of the key. And unfortunately, multiple of our some issues with the digging Mitsubokos. It's unfortunately, it's a common place to lose time.
So we'll see some optimizations going for the keys part. So he just blew up this bomb while going for another piece, which is nice because you get the cutscene while you do something else. But other than that, it's just clean movement.
Yeah, also, being able to overlap those 2 cutscenes is nice. And then, there's going to be a trick coming up after he gets the 3rd key piece. That, I mean, it's a trick that's been known now for a few years, where we're actually going to be going out of bounds to go around the hot cave that you normally have to go through, and there's like a big thing where you have to kind of shimmy across a wall that's really slow that we get to skip. So Flo's grabbing the autosave by the statue so that he can respawn there later, and is now going to lure these bokoblins over, and then is going to look for a specific attack from the boko that's going to knock him up onto this ledge, and then he can jump down from here, take some intentional damage, and now we're past the hot cave and we can head to the 4th key piece.
Yeah, so that was really fast, and he got his first try. Again, this is not easy. He makes it look easy. It's not.
Yeah, a lot of it's just like, you do have to deal with a little bit of that boko, in that sometimes that boko will not choose to do the attack that you need. And otherwise, yeah, you kind of have to be able to react to it, and you don't really have a good visual cue for it, so you kind of just have to know when to run up the ledge. And now we're going for... Yeah, now Flo's going for the last key piece. And here he's going to take a little bit more intentional damage, so that after getting this last key piece, he can death warp back up to where the Earth Temple is, where he had previously autosaved.
So since he had autosaved, that's going to respawn him all the way over there. And since he didn't go through the normal way, if he were to just go back using the vent, he would be... or I guess no, he wouldn't be blocked. Never mind.
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't really have the means to knock the tower down from the other side.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, so yeah, we Death Warp is really the only fast way. Yeah,
right,
looks
so,
like...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Andy and Zelds have taken damage, which, yeah, ideally you don't really want to take damage before going for the out-of-bounds trick. But yeah, so here, Flo is inside Earth Temple. He's going to be going for a cutscene skip here by Skyward striking from a specific position, and then while he's in the air, the cutscene won't play, and if he's in the air for long enough, the cutscene just gives up. And then knocking this boulder loose with a Skyward strike.
So right now he's gonna go for the bomb bag. So there's a bit of cutscene skip that you can do here. When you normally use the bomb right here, it's gonna show you a cutscene of the bomb exploding and stuff. If you just push it a little bit like he just did, it doesn't, which is neat. And right here, he's also gonna skip a cutscene by hitting those alphas with his slingshot. Alright, some very clean fight. Also, Angie just got the out of bounds, and Zelda is kind of having trouble. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, so Flo, meanwhile, defeated the two Lizalfos in the mini-boss room, and that has the bomb bag, which is the item for Earth Temple. Bombs are going to probably be one of our most useful items. So one of the nice things with the bomb bag in this game is that you can pick up bomb flowers from anywhere and put them into your bomb bag, so you can pretty much refill your inventory from almost anywhere, which is really nice.
Yeah, also he just got 5 bombs right here, and it's kind of perfect for this section. It's the right amount.
Yeah, on Andy's screen, you'll notice he used a slingshot to blow up that bomb because he was out, so he needed to not take damage from it, unlike Flo, who slashed it. So Zeld's using a Skyward Strike to blow up the bomb from a distance. And now Flo is navigating this. One thing that Flo is thinking about right now is that there is a lava cycle coming up that he wants to make. So he's kind of trying to manipulate the camera here so that hopefully that cycle will be at a favorable point. So one of the things in this game is that things that are off camera tend to freeze in place. The game doesn't want to spend the resources to have their processing go on if they're off screen, so we can use that to our advantage in a bunch of situations by keeping things off screen that we want to stay still. And it looks like he's going to get a favorable cycle here. That also counts for enemies, so that will also be really nice in Laneru in particular. There are some enemies that will be very nice to be able to get them off screen and have them just lock in place.
Yeah. Okay, so coming up soon is going to be a trick to skip going around and doing the other peg, which is pretty good. It's not that much time saved, but it saves like 40 seconds or something. But yeah, you can just kind of jump as you push it so that you can get on top, and yeah. It is pretty precise, but using the free cam from SSHD, you can make it pretty easy.
Yeah, so here Flo is climbing these slopes. The first slope is relatively. Second slope, you're intended to solve a puzzle here, but by using a technique called stutter sprinting, you can make it all the way up. So he's just going to be repeatedly tapping the run button, and by doing so rhythmically, he's able to conserve enough stamina to make it all the way up.
Yeah, it's actually used in SD, and you don't have a choice in SD, you need to do it. But in HD, it's just nice time save.
Yeah. Now, one other thing you might have noticed if you were looking at the screen there is that his stamina meter was red. Now, that's because he got a frame-perfect roll out of the cutscene where he had depleted his stamina into the cutscene. So whenever you see that, it's a sign that the runner got a frame-perfect roll. And so, yeah, that's something that the runners want to see.
Yeah, that means you go fast. And yeah, coming up is Scaldera, so you might not remember it being a difficult boss, but in speedruns, it's pretty difficult because you need to make a cycle. Or no, I guess not a cycle, but you want to go fast to get 3 cycles without Scaldera moving. So we'll see a lot of optimizations using bombs to knock Scaldera before he has time to move. But yeah.
Yeah, so the big thing is we want to do very specific amounts of damage to Scaldera on each cycle. And we want to be able to do that damage as quickly as possible, and then we're going to be using bombs to knock him down so he doesn't have the chance to get back up and start running up the up again. So if the runners do it correctly, is going to just stay at the bottom of the arena the whole time, and we're just going to get all of the damage in a fairly specific manner in 3 cycles.
Yeah, the goal is to avoid the phase where Scaldera uses his legs to get up. So because in this state he's invincible and he climbs and it's really slow and yeah. So we want to use very specific damage so that we can get barely under this phase, but also just enough so that we can finish off the fight in one phase. So yeah, right here you'll see Flo do some pretty specific bomb manipulation.
Yeah. So it's gonna do Skyward Strike and then spin attack that bomb, which did a little bit of damage to Scaldera. Gonna do 2 Skyward Strikes and slash here. And then he's gonna be able to just do a Skyward Strike and a couple spin attacks here to finish off the boss. Or just a slash and a spin attack. Yeah, he made that look super easy. It's not.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of practice to get that down.
Scaldera is one of the hardest boss to learn. At least in SD, but also in HD, just because of how tight those bomb cycles are. And yeah. Alright, so other runners are also approaching Scaldera. Right here, he used his revitalizing potion because he had it. So why not? And also we want to empty the bowls at some point so that we can grab some water.
Yeah, so Flo,
yeah,
Flo's heading up to place the Lanayru tablet, and then Zeld's, Andy, and Linnell are about to enter Scaldera.
So we'll see a lot of skips also in Lanayru. Mostly using a technique called break slide, but I guess we might just explain that when it comes, right?
Yeah. So basically, it's a method to conserve our momentum in sink sand, so that we can get across larger patches of sink sand without having to, in some cases at all, and in some cases just faster. And so it'll be used quite a bit in this Lanayru segment. So also here, Flo is doing a loading here, so he's diving at a very specific angle. So his goal is that when he calls the loft wing, he's going to be in a different loading zone, and it's going to be the one that's closest to the Lanayru pillar, which he got. So that saves something close to 30 seconds, I think, of just having to slowly fly the loft wing around.
Alright, coming out on Lanayru, right now you'd have the ending of SD, because SD will just go straight to Thunder Dragon. Unfortunately, that's not the case in HD because we don't have back in time again. So instead, we'll just go through the mines, and then in the desert, we'll open the Lanayru mining facility, which is the third dungeon. Yeah.
Yeah, so Flo with the optimization, he throws that bomb there to defeat the couple of electric shoes that are in the way there while he's pushing this minecart. And then he's going to hit that time shift stone with a slingshot snipe from pretty far away. He's trying to dodge a cutscene trigger, which will eventually hit, but we're going to hit that while we're in the minecart ride. Yeah, so unfortunately, Andy looks like he's having a little bit trouble with the Scaldera fight, so it looks like it's going to be a 4 cycle for him.
Yeah, Zelda also has a 4 cycle, I think. So they tried to hit the eye using a Skyward strike. That's something you can do sometimes if you are fast enough on your cycles. You can have the eye hitbox still be active, even though Caldera is not stunned. Looks like neither of the runners got it though, but that's fine. Also, on Flo, you can see that he's doing a technique right here where he paused the game and then went into target and continued sprinting even though he wasn't using stamina. And that's the break slide. So if you want to explain break slide.
Yeah, so basically if you're running and then you swap to targeting and holding the slightly down on the control stick, basically as little as basically at the smallest part that will register, then yeah, it will cause Link to kind of shuffle forward, but conserve the forward momentum he has by converting it to negative speed, which the game will not. The game will not decrease the negative speed. So it's really nice for crossing sink sand specifically because it helps us avoid wasting losing stamina. And so we're going to see that a few more times, and we're going to see a skip with it coming up after the Hook Beetle fight.
Yeah, also for a bit of trivia, break sliding exists in all in Wind Waker and TP also. It's done differently than in this game, but yeah, they share a lot of stuff in common because they had the same engine.
Yeah, so here for this Hook Beetle fight, what we're going to hope for is that the first Bokoblin, there's going to be one Bokoblin that's in this cage. We're going to hope that he stays in the cage, so Flo's going to throw a bomb which is basically going to keep, basically the Bokoblin's not going to be able to run out of the cage because of the bomb. And then the other Bokoblin, he basically was knocked out of the area of the time shift stone with the Skyward strike, and so Flo got really good RNG and executed it perfectly, and is now gonna get the Hook Beetle. And so here coming up, Flo's gonna be doing 2 break slides here to cross this area of sink sand. And got across really quickly.
So that skips a bunch going around and going into the Temple of Time area. So it's really fast to do that. And also pretty easy. Yeah.
So we're heading now into one of the 3 power nodes that we need to activate to, unfortunately, that Ampelus was very rude.
Yeah.
That is one of the enemies that we try to keep off screen, but don't always succeed. And then we're picking up a bomb refill here. So that pack basically completely refills our bomb bag, so we can have enough bombs for this area and the beginning of Linear Facility, which is going to be the next dungeon.
Yeah, so right now we're activating the three thingies, generators, so that we can open LMF.
Yeah, so this...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this one, unfortunately, we do have to fly with the hook beetle. Technically, I think it's possible to avoid using the hook beetle here, but it's not really faster to do so. But yes, and then we can knock it into the generator, and then that allows us access so we can activate the node here. We need to activate all three nodes so that we can activate the central node that will raise Linear Mining Facility out of the ground so that we can enter it. That is the goal of this segment. Yeah, so next flow is going to be entering Lightning node, the second power node here. Gonna roll a bomb just so that way by the time the bomb reaches where that wall, its fuse timer is ran out. And so we can enter Lightning node, which is going to be kind of the same thing as the fire node that Flo just did.
Yeah, except it's a bit shorter, and then water node is going to be even shorter. So right now he's on 2 hearts, which might look scary, but he's gonna death throw pretty fast in LMF. So we are fine.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, we're gonna be setting up for that death warp. And then here we're going to see a difference. We're going to be hitting the trigger for the 5 map beacons here. This trigger existed in the original version, but it was much smaller, and so you would generally not see it unless you intentionally went out of your way to get it. But they decided to make that trigger way bigger in the HD version because I guess they wanted to make sure that people didn't miss getting the 5 map beacons. So yeah, one more power generator to activate here. And Andy, meanwhile, is going to starting the brake slides. Okay, so it looks like we have swapped in Fernan Legacy.
Yeah, they are still in Earth Temple.
Yeah.
Alright, after that short puzzle, Flo's going to be able to enter LMF.
Yeah, basically the position of the position on the map, but we know that what their position is on the map, so we can just put in the code essentially, and it will work. Thankfully, there's no like puzzle codes in this game that are random. Like for example, like Majora's Mask has the mask code that is, and the Bomber's Notebook code that are randomized per file. But this game does not have anything like that.
Yeah, everything from boss key combination to the switches that you can hit with your sword. Everything is not random.
So yeah, Flo is pushing this box here to get to the main room of, so this is kind of the main hub room. He's gonna be going for a trick here where by shooting that with a slingshot. Okay, looks like he either didn't go for it or missed it, but you can actually get a jump while that after firing the slingshot pellet, so that you grab the ledge during the cutscene.
Okay, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, that Thunder Kisai had it out for Flo there.
Yeah, in general, kisses are not friendly in this game.
Yeah, but luckily only did 1 heart of damage, so Flo is still alive.
Yeah, we really don't want to die before the death warp.
Yeah, which will be coming up shortly. We just have to get through this room and then get the Gust Bellows. So here is the first instance of a beetle bomb. So we're basically gonna place a bomb, pick it up with the hook beetle, and then you can fly your own bomb with the hook beetle and not have to rely on the bomb flowers that the game intends you to use. And then you can snipe the time shift stone in the center of the room with the slingshot. It's very precise, which is why it took Flo a few tries to get it.
Yeah, unfortunately for the hook beetle bomb trick, the issue is that your bomb will detonate much faster than the other bomb that you pick up, which are not lit up. So that's why we won't be using it everywhere, but there is a bunch of places that you can use it to gain that little bit of time.
Yeah. So in the next room with the Gust Bellows, there is a trick that was discovered recently. I don't expect that any of the runners will go for it because it is kind of it is extremely precise, but so Flo's going to be hopping across these platforms. This is skippable you can run around on the right side, get grabbed by an Araka, and use the Araka to go through. Also, the other reason Flo's not doing it is because he doesn't have enough health for it, because that would consume a heart.
Oh, yeah.
That's the real reason he's not going for it. It saves a few seconds, but the thing is, if you miss it, then you lose pretty much all that time. But it's one of those cool things because it's a fairly recent discovery, and now here's where Flo is doing an intentional death warp to the beginning of the dungeon. Because, yeah, it was timed out that it is faster to get to the next area from the beginning of the dungeon than from... Like, there was some debate whether it was faster to autosave at the bird statue in the hub room, but Flo did some timings that showed that it's just faster to death warp back to the beginning of the dungeon.
Yeah.
So in this next room, Flo is going to be doing another set of break slides that's just a little shortcut across this room to avoid having to run the long way around.
Yeah, so there is some optimization that you can do in this run. It is pretty precise. I don't think he's going for it, but if you stand on one of the platforms far away, you can basically throw a bomb to this switch, this time shift switch, and then break slide your way all the way to this end platform. It is pretty precise. I don't think we expect anyone to go for it, but yeah, it is something that exists.
Yeah, I don't think I think it's something that back before HD came out, Gymnast experimented with a little bit, but then I think he ultimately decided it was too precise and didn't save enough time to really be worth it.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, so I don't think anyone's really bothered with it on the HD version. I'm not sure if anyone's tested to see if it works on the HD version.
Yeah, maybe like Azer did, but I don't know.
Yeah. Because Azer was the one who originally found it, I believe, on... So yeah, Andy and Linnell have 2L.
Yeah. They're pretty close to each other. Lionel is a bit faster, but that can change pretty fast.
Yeah. Linnell also has more health than Andy.
Oh yeah.
Which, on the one hand, makes it safer, but it also means that the death warp will... He's going to have to take some intentional damage in the next room to prepare for the death warp. And now Flo's running through these tunnels. He is intentionally depleting his stamina because in these tunnels, it actually... whether you are sprinting or not, like, you still are moving at the same speed, so you might as well... Or I guess whether you have stamina or not. So it doesn't really make any difference. So you might as well just use all the stamina that you have. And then... Yeah, so we're now in the back of the hub room, Flo's side. So what Flo's going to do in a second is he's going to get an autosave at the statue near the boss door, and then he's going to do a trick called minecart jump. So he's going to place a bomb in a specific position and then try to jump slash onto the minecart, and that will allow him to just stay on the minecart as it moves across the track, and we're basically heading to the boss key room backwards. And that skips 2 fairly lengthy auto-scrollers in favor of this shorter one.
Yeah, meanwhile, Lionel just took his bit of damage. He's still ahead, but not by much. I think Andy missed something because they were pretty much very close seconds ago, so yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
So this boss key, is probably one of the most challenging rooms in the game. Because there's a lot going on, very specific things that we want to do. So Flo's going to be trying to, throw that first bomb in, deal with the Keys before they have a chance to interfere, and then he's going to throw a bomb, and he's going to try to make it all the way across these conveyors before the bomb explodes and activates the time shift zone. And now he's going to be riding these platforms across the room. And meanwhile, there's a Centrobe in this room that is going to be trying to play interference the entire time. And it's really awkward to deal with.
Okay, so right here there is another Beetle Bomb trick, which is to hit those switches even though you didn't pull off those tombs. Which, if you just go into the corner, it's not that precise to do, but it's pretty neat. So yeah. Okay, Andy didn't go for the optimization to cross the room, which is expected. I really don't think anyone's gonna go for it. And also, we have Vernon, who just beat Earth Temple, so GG's.
Yeah, so Flo took some intentional damage there to set up for Death Warp, because we're just going to get the boss key here, and then we're going to immediately Death Warp so that we're back right in front of the boss room.
Yeah, so coming up, this boss is pretty not precise, but the second phase can be kind of tricky. Oh, nice. Andy just missed this jump.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it can happen just because sometimes you wind up accidentally targeting the Centrobe, and there the Centrobe wound up shooting out its remote bomb, so Andy had to dispatch them.
Yeah, it's not a good idea to go for the switch when they're active.
Yeah. So Flo entering the boss room. I don't think we talked much about the boss keys. I think we alluded to it very briefly. So the boss keys are puzzles, and you need to move the boss key into the correct orientation in order to open the door. Now, fortunately, it's the same every time, and it starts out in the same position every time, so it's just about memorizing the motion to move the boss key into the correct position. So, yeah, basically all the runners have the muscle memory for how to move these, and in that amount of time, Flo managed to defeat the boss, Moldarok. So basically what Flo did was he was trying to push Moldarok into the wall during the first phase while still dealing damage to it. And then as soon as he knocked down both claws for the second phase, it's just stabbing the eye consecutively. And as long as he's against a wall, so he doesn't have a chance to burrow underground, then it's really fast. And we avoid ever having to dig him out of the ground.
Yeah, so you get the harp at the end of the dungeon, which is useful, but not that much. We mainly need to advance the story.
Yeah, and we needed to get into the Silent Realms.
Yeah, we will use it 4 times, and that's it.
I guess 5 if you count the harp tutorial.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, so Andy is in the spike room here. It's a maze, but all the runners know exactly what path to take. The unfortunate thing that can happen is what just happened to Andy, where one of the Frokes hit the spikes and blew up. And now Andy probably does want to take some damage for the death warp later, so it isn't too bad, but it's just one of those things that can happen. So yeah, after that minecart ride, Flo has the harp. And now this is the first use of the amiibo. So, yeah, I mentioned this at the very start of the run, but the amiibo allow to instantly teleport to the sky from anywhere, and then it's not really relevant here, but we will also later use its other functionality, which is to return from the sky back to where we had used the amiibo, and that will be used to skip backtracking later on. So we're going to be heading back to Farron because we're heading back to the sealed grounds. Because in the cutscene that we skipped, Impa basically told us that we should go back to the sealed temple with the harp. So that is what we will be doing.
Yeah, meanwhile, Andy and Lionel are pretty close to finishing LMF themselves. They are both in the Bosky room. Lionel is still ahead, so... Alright, so for this harp, you might notice that he doesn't try and go for a normal rhythm. That's just because this is how you play the harp in this game. You basically go from right to left as fast as possible, and that is consistent.
Yeah, so one of the things is that, so there's the little circle of light there, and it's intended to show you like the rhythm which you should strum the harp, but you can actually strum the harp with a faster rhythm than that. So that's one thing is that runners have to kind of get used to, is the actual fastest rhythm with which you can strum the harp. And so now Flo is entering the first imprisoned fight, which is one of the more infamous things from this game, because the imprisoned is a recurring boss that you see multiple times. Now, we're only going to see the imprisoned twice in this run. We're going to skip the third imprisoned fight, but yeah, this first one is relatively easy. We're just going to be jumping on his head, and then we're going to be doing a jump slash to get to basically hit his spike in while we're still in the air, so that we don't get flung off his head. It's not that big of a deal in this fight. It only saves a couple seconds, but in the Imprisoned 2 fight, it is massively important. But otherwise, it's pretty much just rinse and repeat the same thing. And the imprisoned always kind of climbs up the same amount each time, so the runners know exactly where to jump down to land on his head at the start of each cycle. There is technically an optimization where you can jump down and land on his head during the cutscene, but it's really risky because it's extremely precise, so it doesn't surprise me that, Flo played it safe there.
Yeah.
Andy is doing this fight shieldless.
Yeah, so he's just shooting the slingshot to stun him. It's the same strat. And also, yeah, he's kind of struggling getting in on the wall, I think. Lionel just finished his fight, so he'll have to keep... okay, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, looks like his last stab was read as a spin attack.
Yeah, that's fine, dude.
Yeah, so it's a little bit unfortunate, when he goes underground, but luckily Andy dig him up really quickly and get the fourth stab in. So yeah, we have Flo pretty far ahead. Andy and Lionel are pretty close.
Yeah, they are 10 seconds between, I think. Something like that. Maybe 20.
Yeah, I think this cutscene's like 40 seconds long or something.
Oh, really?
This is like the closest thing that this game has to a bathroom break cutscene. In that, like, the nice thing is that this game doesn't have a ton of, like, true downtime where you don't have any inputs, but on the other hand, then it means that for the fact that this is a relatively long run, you don't really get much in terms of natural breaks within the run. You mostly just get the boss death cutscenes. Oh, that's very unfortunate on Fernand's side. Fernand's shield just broke.
Oh no. Not sure if they want to go for the back and buy shield from Bazaar.
I mean, Fernand might decide to buy a shield in the Bazaar during the Skyloft segment. And not necessarily just specifically go to Skyloft just to buy a shield.
Yeah.
Because, the Stall Master fight in particular is way slower without a shield.
Yeah, and it's also coming up pretty soon because it's an Ancient Cistern.
Yeah, but we do have this Skyloft segment in between. So meanwhile, Flo is we haven't really talked much about him because this is kind of the most boring segment of the run. Yeah. We're just trying to activate 2 windmills so that we can raise the light tower so that we can open the Thunderhead. And a lot of this is just, we're going to be put on a fetch quest here where we have to retrieve the windmill propeller, but to retrieve the windmill propeller, we need to repair the infamous robot named Scrapper. And so, in order to do that, we need to give the guy in the bazaar who does the upgrades. If we give him an ancient flower, he will repair Scrapper. once we have talked to Jackamar at the windmill. So now that we've done that, we add this sequence where we can repair Scrapper, which is a fairly lengthy cutscene, but at least the text is instant.
I noticed that Vernon is switching controls a lot. He went from Joy-Cons to Pro-Con to back to Joy-Cons.
Yeah, and that's actually one thing that we haven't mentioned about HD is that they added button controls for this game, so you can play either with the motion controls or button controls, which allows you to basically play with the Joy-Cons, or you can play with a Pro controller. Most experienced runners play with Joy-Cons just because the Joy-Cons are the motion controls. At least to me, feel a lot more intuitive, and also there are a few things that the motion controls can do that the button controls can't. There's a fairly precise dive that the runners are going to be doing later to attempt to skip the spiral charge tutorial. There's also the fact that on motion controls you can quick charge the bow by hitting one of the left triggers on the left Joy-Con, which you cannot do on button controls. But there are some newer runners especially that are more comfortable with the button controls.
Yeah. Also, Zelda's just DNF'd. We didn't have his screen, so I don't know what happened.
Yeah. We did see Zelda in chat a little bit ago, so maybe he'll say in chat what happened, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, so Flo has picked up the windmill propeller from Eldon and is now flying back to Skyloft to repair the windmill.
I know, Lionel just tried to take a vent up into an area that you cannot access, so... Yeah, maybe this is the comeback for Andy. I think Andy is still too far. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, they are very close to each other.
Yeah, they're basically like one imprisoned cycle apart. So
well, not really, because yeah, Andy's right here. Oh no.
Yeah, so honestly, yeah, they're probably about 30 seconds apart. So they're about the same amount apart. I think they'll... Yeah. So, and the thing is, like, there's still a lot of run to go. A lot of tricky things, so...
yeah.
It is possible.
Yeah. Speaking of tricky things, Flo is about to go sing right now using the harp. So he's gonna attempt a glitch known as harp cancel, where you can interrupt the harp as you do the last strum, which skips the whole fight sequence where she sings and you kind of watch, and that's gonna be really fast if he gets it, because those cutscenes are really long. We can do it 4 times this run because we will do here and for the 3 silent realms. It is pretty precise though. So
yeah. Basically, as you're just going to do a strum and then cancel. And yeah, it looks like Flo did it early. So
yeah.
So that just means he can go for it again.
He did have a weird strum, so I think that might have messed him up. But yeah. Shit.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, looks like Flo unfortunately did not hard cancel. So that's a small time loss.
Yeah. Oh, Andy and Lionel are much closer than a few minutes ago, I think. Yeah, they're like 10 seconds apart. Which maybe when they get to this hard pencil, we can see Andy going faster. So yeah, that's something to look for.
So yeah, now Flo is going to fly to the thunder. And then, yeah, to the Isle of Songs.
Yeah, okay, so that'll DNF because he lost too much time. Which is fair. It is a far long category, so...
Yeah, so one thing in this area is there are sky tails. Now, Flo's at 4 hearts, so he can afford to get hit once by a sky tail. But generally, yeah, runners will fly either low Thunderhead to try to dodge the sky tails.
Yeah, and then this puzzle is pretty simple when you get the solution.
Yeah, so basically pushing... so basically right, push it 6 times, then hit up, and we're going to push it 9 times. And then flip it back to the right, and then push it the final time, and then...
There is a setup that you can do here, right?
Yeah, it's frame perfect. And so frame perfect 60 FPS means that it's unlikely. But,
yeah, it does keep a bit of this cutscene, I think. So
yeah, it's like, yeah, it's a very cutscene skip in the grand scheme of things. But it's still, like, runners still will go for it. We'll just, like, kind of lazily mash and hope they get it.
yeah. Also, Andy just got in front of Lionel right now, so... But as I've said, it can still turn around with the Hopkins, so we'll see that.
Yeah. And here on Flo's screen, we see the use of the amiibo to return back to the surface. So, and then Flo again used the amiibo to go back to the sky. So that skips having to fly out of the Thunderhead. So it saves probably a good, like, minute of flying time. We still have to fly from Eldon to Farron, but that is significantly faster than flying all the way from the Thunderhead.
The Thunderhead is far from everything and far from zippers, which is those things that give you boosts. So yeah.
Yeah, and the waffling just in general is very slow.
Yeah.
And so oftentimes, like, it is faster to go out of your way for a nearby zipper than it is to fly in a straight line. So now Flo is going to be heading into the Farron trial.
Okay, Lionel and Andy are basically on the same timing right now.
Yeah, so Flo gets a redemption chance with Harp Cancel.
Oh yeah. Nice.
And there he got it. So now the trial gate doesn't physically show up, but it's there. So if you know where the center is, you can just stab your sword into it.
Alright, so Flo's gonna follow routes that will get the last tiers. The last tier that we will get is the one that is closest to this spot. Basically, he's gonna go in circles around Farron.
Yeah. So this route kind of just optimizes a bit more for, there's one waking cycle that we're going for, and it's, so it saves like a very small amount of time over the kind of more conventional route.
Yeah, in general, Farron Silence Run was not that interesting in my opinion. You have more tight cycles on the other Silent Realm. I really like the Silent Realm in Skyward that we won't do because we'll do G3 escape and we'll get to that. But the one in Skyloft basically jumps into one of those waking waters and just runs across it, and that's pretty cool to see.
Yeah. Now, one thing is, if I remember right, Flo grabbed one light fruit in particular right before the tightrope, and that was for a stamina refill, because it is very difficult to dodge every single light fruit in the 3 trials that we do. So we kind of try to just intentionally grab one where the stamina refill from the cutscene will give us an advantage.
Yeah. Also, Angie and Lionel are on the first harp thing, so they're both gonna get a chance at harp cancel. If one of them gets it, they're gonna be much more ahead than the other. Okay, Andy just got it. And Lionel too. Nice.
Yeah. So you're gonna see for them that the cutscenes there are gonna play in reverse order, which is gonna make things look really weird. And that's just a side effect of the harp cancel. So now the beam of light is like not synced up with where the mirror is. And yeah, it's going to be a tiny bit faster to go up to the sky and fly back in than it would be to using the amiibo than it would be to run through deep woods. Andy got caught by a tornado. So that's unfortunate small time loss.
Yeah, meanwhile, Flo is going for his second trip to Skyview, which is to get Secret Water. And if you're wondering why he didn't get Secret Water from the first trip, that's because you just can't. At least I don't think you can.
Yeah, you can't. So Flo there played the harp to spawn that goddess wall, which is a little bit faster than running into the cutscene trigger, and where you get a much slower animation of the magma coming out of the ground. And then we have... Yeah, the magma's going to talk to us a few times throughout this revisit, but it's... yeah. Technically, that second one is skippable, but with the HD instant text, it is pretty much not worth it to go for.
Yeah.
I think a TAS would do it, but yeah, I don't think it's really worth it for a human.
Unfortunate, Andy tried to Skyward strike the crest, but he was too far away.
Yeah, and there, like, Flo was able to Skyward strike the archers from the other side of the tightrope.
Yeah, and that's because of hero mode.
Yeah, and it skips the puzzle where you would fly the hook beetle.
Yeah.
And so here's the mini boss that is in the gear room. 3 Stalfos. So what Flo's going to do is he's going to throw bombs and try to lure the Stalfos towards the bomb so that it hits all of them, which will stun them, and then rinse and repeat a second time, and it's that mini boss done. And then he's going to pick up a bomb refill, because we're going to be death warping immediately after we get the sacred water. Now, one thing that can happen here, well, first off, Flo's also going to pick up a bottle of regular needed in an hour or so. Then he's going to pick up the sacred water, and we're going to hope that the fairies stay away from him. I see 2 fairies on screen, so I think Flo is good, because those fairies can fly into you during the cutscene, and then you'll get healed right before you want a death warp, which is very unfortunate when it does happen, because then you basically have to use 4 bombs for the death warp.
Yeah. Also, Lionel and Andy are both coming up to another hop cancel, so hopefully one of them will get it. But if he died there, to get back at the beginning of Skyview, because a running back would be very slow. Okay, Andy and Lionel both failed it once, so let's see if one of them gets it.
Yeah. So the other note I want to say is, so you might be wondering, did it because Flo did Death Warp and then immediately used the amiibo? Why did he just use the amiibo in Skyview Spring? And the answer to that is that you can't use the amiibo in the spring. The game specifically prevents you from using the amiibo in the spring. So that's why we have to Death Warp out and then use the amiibo, because we can use it in the actual dungeon.
Yeah, and right here there was a little jump that is not that precise, that you can just use to go straight to Lake Floria. Instead of going around and into the Floria doors, which you would need to open, which is really slow.
Yeah, Oh, well, okay, so yeah, we have a question in chat. The water in the spring is not deep enough, I think, for Link to drown. So it is a note there that I think for optimizing death warps, that generally it is fastest to die either into a void, lava, or water, because that skips the animation of Link slowly trying to get back up and then falling down again. But yeah, the Skyview Spring water is not deep enough to do that.
Yeah, and also if you place a bomb in water, it diffuses, so you can't explode it. I think this water is deep enough for the bomb to not work, so that's also unfortunate.
Yeah, then Flo is picking up a second bottle of regular. The regular water is going to be used for entering Fire Sanctuary.
Yeah, and in this dungeon, he's gonna make sure to not autosave, because we will use it to activate a glitch called Eat. Yeah, which is gonna be real useful.
Yeah, and particularly he's trying to avoid statue autosaves. There are going to be a few automatic autosaves that happen through loading zones, and those we're not concerned about, but specifically statue autosaves, because basically when you hit a statue autosave, the game sets a flag saying that you saved at a statue, but they made an error with it, and that flag does not set until after the autosave happens. So the autosave doesn't have the saved at a statue state, and we're going to be abusing that for a glitch in this dungeon later on.
Yeah.
But we need to be very careful when we do that statue autosave, which is why we have to be very careful to avoid any statue autosave up to that point. And yeah, Flo is equipping the shield now for the Stallmaster fight, which is one of the maybe the most technical fight in the game. So we're gonna hopefully see a very cleanly executed fight from Flo here. Also, that cutscene is skippable on HD. It was not on the Wii version.
Alright.
Okay, wow. Flo getting
Good
4 stabs in there, which...
Unfortunate, but that is very fine. Yeah.
Like a couple extra hits at the end, but that's fine. But yeah.
And also no damage on the shield.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, this is, like, there's only one more boss where we're really gonna... Actually, I guess 2 where we really need the shield.
Screvo and who? Okay, so right here he got the jingle saying that he got the puzzle because he hit the switch with his whip and then went into the other room before getting the cutscene, so a little bit optimized. Yeah. Right now, there is a bigger gap between Andy and Lionel. Lionel is still ahead. But that could change. Really depends. Oh no. Andy drowned. That's not good. So he'll have to take damage to account for the death drop again.
Yeah. Also on Flo's screen, like he had to whip the lever through the bars, and I think he was trying to avoid dealing with the spider, but the spider wound up attacking him while he was trying to whip through there. Oftentimes, what runners do there is they'll hit the spider like with the upwards attack to knock it over and then go for whipping it. But I think Flo is trying to go for optimization, and he thought that the spider was far enough away, and it wasn't.
Also, there was a real optimization where you can target the switch early, which is, it exists.
Yeah. Another optimization where you can land on this lily pad with a spider on it. A lot of very small optimizations in this dungeon. And then there's a cycle you can make with this Boko too, where you can whip the Boko from like right next to the door.
Alright, so this animation right here is what's gonna allow us to do Eat, which is gonna be real powerful and is gonna skip most of the rest of the dungeon. So yeah, there is this scary statue right here that he's gonna have to avoid. So he's gonna hug his wall on the right. And then go autosave and yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to go for an autosave at the starting statue at a very specific location, and then he's going to actually quit the game and then reload the file. And that's going to clear the saved at a statue flag. And then he's going to do another death warp. And this time he's going to hit continue. And now that flag's cleared, what it's going to do is it's going to try to play the entrance animation, but it's desynced from where you was actually had first entered. And that's going to put him into a swimming state. And he's going to be able to use that to get out of bounds. And now from out of bounds, he's going to be able to get up to this section where you're supposed to climb the rope, but he's gonna just take that downwards, and now he's right where he is.
Yeah, and that skips a bunch. So right now he has the boss key, so he can just go into the boss and beat Ancient Cistern.
Yeah, so just has to whip this one more lever to bring up this water jet, and then he's store, which unlike all the other stores in the game, this one just opens up the ceiling of this room and gives you access to the area up top where you can whip these four levers here, and then get to the boss. The statue is going to raise all the way.
So coming up, the boss has some pretty interesting mechanic. So we're gonna one cycle his first phase using bombs, and then for the second phase, our sword will get debuffed, but we have a fix for that, which we'll see.
Yeah, first Girahim has to be all menacing.
Yeah, he says 3 text boxes and gets off. Alright, so right now Flo is gonna bait an attack from this boss, which is gonna let him have enough time to place bombs, which he's gonna explode so that the boss takes enough damage to go on phase 2. And so right now his sword is debuffed and it does 1 damage, but the deaths forgot that you could Skyward Strike, and the Skyward Strike is still buffed, so you can end this second phase in 2 hits. Oh, also Fernan says that his Joy-Cons are not working, so they're gonna stop. I don't really know what we do with that. Is there a layout for 3 people?
Yeah, I think. Well, yeah, the research probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take care of that. But yeah. So basically, the hero Skyward Strike, which is basically the true Master Sword Skyward Strike from normal mode. You can, they did not debuff that, so you can, you can do the full amount of damage. Actually, I think you do slightly more damage than normal with it, and that allows you to get the, to one cycle, the second phase. Yeah, you can Skyward Strike every direction that you can slap. And you can also Skyward Stab, and we'll see that much later on. So yeah.
During G3.
Every slash has a Skyward Strike associated with it.
Okay, also Lionel and Andy are coming up on the Stallmaster. Hopefully those 5 will go right. Lionel is getting some hits in. It looks like it's generally fine. He has 2 hits left. Yeah. They're still pretty close, but there is a sort of gap. Also, Flo is going to the Nehru instead of going straight to Thunderhead so that he can use Amiibo. So he's going back into the sky with Amiibo, so that he can come back instantly after learning Nehru's wisdom.
Yeah, so now Flo is heading to the Thunderhead.
Yeah, Also, that again with the fire shield earrings when we get there, because going from the Thunderhead again is very slow. There's no zippers, which is the bad thing about it. And also just it's far away from everything.
Yeah, so meanwhile, for Andy and Lionel, in this room here that we're in, like, you can avoid killing either of the Pocos in this room, and then you can... Okay, Andy failed that side hop.
Yeah, they're both having troubles getting across.
Yeah,
it is pretty precise, to be fair.
Yeah, usually I'll go for the jump slash that Lionel did.
Yeah.
And yeah, Flo is now going to use the amiibo to get right back to Lanayru, where he'll be right in front of where the trial is.
Yeah, so going to Lanayru, the section you get before going to the temple is very slow for this one, because we will have to go through all of the Sand Sea. So yeah, we'll have a bit of time before going into Sandship. But let's see if he can get another Harp Cancel. Nice.
Yeah, so this trial, there is one trick that near the beginning of the trial. But yeah, otherwise it's kind of the same idea. We're taking a circle around the area. There are some that are in the center, but we'll mostly be doing a circle around the area, then doing on the LMF structure, and then finishing the circle to get back to where the starting area is. And so for this part, this tier that's kind of in the air, you're intended to pull the minecart and jump off of it, but you can do a front hop directly into that tier that is HD exclusive, because Link's jump height is just barely higher than it is on the Witch, so he's able to grab it.
Yeah. Alright, Andy is opting to restart his Switch instead of dying, which I don't know if it's faster, but sure. I love both doing it.
Yeah, I think there was some debate about this. I think on Switch 2, depending on how much health you have, like, there are situations where on Switch 2 it's faster to just restart the game, whereas on Switch 1 it would have been faster to just or it would have been faster to death warp because loads were longer on the original Switch.
I see. Also, Angie's back in front. We'll see how long this lasts. Yeah, Lionel had an unfortunate stamina management.
Yeah, so here there is a cycle with these wonders. Yeah, so it looks like Flo is just going to intentionally get caught. And, yeah, if the cycle isn't perfect, then that's generally better than trying to wait out the cycle.
Yeah. Alright, and now we have the hook shot, which would be real cool to have before all that, but unfortunately you can only get it just now.
Yeah, it's fairly late in the game for for getting the claw shots, but they're incredibly useful.
Yeah.
So yeah, now they're going to give us access to linear Sand Sea.
Yeah, so as I've said, you have a lot of stuff to do in the new Recency. You have Keeper's Retreats, and then the minecart area, which I forgot the name, and then Parrot's Stronghold. All that so that you can access and ship.
Yeah, Sand Sea, is kind of a rather slow area.
Yeah.
There's really any skips for it, so yeah, we're gonna unfortunately be just doing all of it. But there are some optimization.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Andy could. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Andy had trouble putting his bombs off, but since he baited the correct attack, he had just enough time to hit the one cycle. Same for Lionel.
Yeah, so Flo's activating Skipper's ship. Which is
Oh no, Lionel just died. This was very unfortunate. He got hit by the very late hitbox.
yeah, that's unfortunate. But it looks like he had gotten the autosave right, so that at least minimizes the time loss. The only thing is, does he have enough bombs to go for the fast strat again?
Oh yeah, true.
So yeah, the first area that we're going to is Skipper's Retreat. Skipper's Retreat is there is one cycle near the very end that we want to make, so the movement there is pretty precise to get that cycle. Meanwhile, Andy has finished Ancient Cistern.
Yeah, this death that Lionel took was really unfortunate, so I think we'll see Andy ahead for a bit of time at least.
Yeah. So Flo opting to take damage off of that bomb and makes it through what I like to call Monka Cave unscathed.
Oh yeah.
I call it that because of the electric shoes on the ceiling that drop down, and most of the time you can roll through it just fine, but if you mistime it, you can wind up if you get hit by one of them, you're getting hit multiple times.
Yeah.
And you can lose a lot of health very quickly and potentially even die in that area if you're not careful. And then coming up, we have a trick where you can skip this Deku Baba by baiting it out and shotting before it has a chance to attack again. And so Flo got that perfectly. And yeah, this cycle looks pretty good. Gonna have to wait a little bit, but yeah, now can get across without any issue.
Very fortunate.
Yeah, so Flo is probably a good 20 minutes ahead. Maybe a little bit less, because
So Andy and Lionel will have to do Thunderhead plus the Silent Realm plus getting all the way through Skipper's Retreat.
Yeah, and then Flo taking another jump slashing down, taking more.
Yeah, so taking damage right here is going to be important when you get to. Do we do Death Warps between Sandship and this?
We do a Death Warp at the start of Sandship, so yeah, we don't.
That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah.
The Death Warp we'll see also has a new variant. Oh wait, actually, or the new mask skip, you don't need to die, right?
Yeah, for the new mask skip, no, but we do a Death Warp beforehand because we get the Death Warp to
of course.
the mini boss. So yeah, so the second area in Sand Sea is the shipyard, which some people in the community have affectionately called Ancient Disneyland because of the minecart rails that we have to ride.
Okay, Andy got the second, or I guess the third half console, which is really good. So, one of the advantage against Lionel. We'll see if he gets it though.
Yeah, so the gimmick of this area that Flo is in parts to get to the actual shipyard construction bay, and then you control it by leaning left or right with the Joy-Con, and so yeah, you want to basically lean into all.
Yeah.
This first track is relatively simple, and then there's a second track.
First track is very straightforward. Just a turn when you see the rail turn. There's really nothing to it.
Yeah, there's an optimization at the end. You want to jump so that Link immediately exits the minecart.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, we see that Flo is equipping his shield in preparation for the mini boss fight that's coming up. Now, Yeah, so one of the things too in the HD remake is that the music here is supposed to kind of be in sync with how fast you're moving, but it's a bit off because they kind of mess up some floating point stuff when they were doing the port. Also, there was a jump back there where you want to jump at a very specific part of that minecart track so that you keep your momentum after the jump. If you don't do a jump, you wind up you can make it, but you'll lose a lot of your momentum, and it'll be a lot slower. Overall, the minecarts are a tiny bit slower than they were on the original version. There's another jump here at the end, and then we are gonna arrive at the shipyard construction bay.
Yeah, so you might recognize this boss. We did it not too long ago. Also, Andy just missed a pearl. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a little bit of time loss. So, yeah. So now Flo is, going to reveal Moldarok. We fight Moldarok again.
It is the exact same boss. He can use the claw shot like he did to stun him.
Yeah, which is fortunate because our slingshot seed reserve is very point.
Yeah. We're not very much going to use the slingshot at this point. We have better first-person alternative. But yeah.
Okay, yeah, unfortunate. Did not manage to get the fourth stab in before Moldarok went back burrowed again. And then Flo doing a small optimization there, doing jump slash into that cutscene trigger causes the cutscenes to play in a bit more optimal of an order.
Alright, now last thing to do is to go to Pirate Stronghold, which has some neat tricks, but yeah.
Yeah, because this whole time we're trying to find the sand ship that has Nehru's flame on it, and pirates have taken it, so...
Yeah, so this whole area is just, you carry around the time shift orb. We want to go as fast as possible, of course, but there are some enemies that will do some movement to avoid. It's a lot of movement, it's a lot straightforward, so yeah.
Yeah, so here we can just do some jump slash movement to get over the sink sand there. And then we're going to see this time shift orb, which is a time shift stone that we can carry around. And that's kind of the gimmick of this mini dungeon. So yeah, we can ignore these Bocos, and we can actually squeeze by this Armos, or sorry, this Beamos.
Yeah, so just to show how long this whole section is, Andy, who has about 20 minutes behind Low, just started it. So yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah. But, yeah, we're nearing the end of this mini dungeon, so... Yeah, we just have to move this box on top of the switch. And then, yeah, and then we're going to, yeah, there's a puzzle here. We need to throw the orb over here. That jump slash was to jump slash over a cutscene trigger. That would be like, there's a switch here. And then there are two armloads.
Yeah, last puzzle is to just kill those two armors and then we'll be done. Flo is not gonna exit through the normal exit because that would spawn a cutscene. Instead, he's just gonna exit through the side exits, which is a little bit faster.
Yeah, he's gonna have to pick up the time shift stone again and throw it out, and then that'll allow him to exit basically the same way that he entered in, instead of entering the door that is opened by the time shift orb.
Yeah, so right now he's gonna manually activate this fight text, which gives him the dowsing for the sand ship.
Yeah. Now, you can, at this point, you don't necessarily need to use the dowsing ability behind it. Also, we're going to use the amiibo to go back to the sky, and we're going to land back at the original harbor where we first entered the sand sea, because that's slightly faster. But the thing is, the sand ship will not appear or be targetable in any way until we get that dowsing ability. Even though once we have the dowsing ability, we can find it without necessarily having to use it. So
yeah. Also, Andy just had an unfortunate death, which might make Lionel get ahead again.
Yeah, this skipper's area can be
It is pretty monk-ass.
Yeah, Lionel just took a bunch of damage in the cave that I was talking about earlier.
Alright. Getting to sand ship, Flo's gonna get another save because we want to get the first small key and then death warp in order to not do this whole backtracking. So using some stutter sprinting right here to get past this body of sand, and then down here is the bus door and also the first small key. Also, Angie and Lionel are back to being very close. Alright, so this puzzle is always the same. It's always done down, up, down, right.
Yeah, so after getting that small key, we're going to Death Warp, and that Flo auto-saved at a bird statue right after entering the dungeon, and that bird statue is right in front of the mini-boss door.
Yeah, and this mini-boss is, I think the last time we'll use the shield.
Yeah, until the end of the game.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, Actually, there's one mini boss fight in Fire Sanctuary that the runners might equip the shield for.
Yeah, but Scribble right here is the real one thing that is way faster with the shield. I guess not way faster, but way safer. Because he has multiple attack patterns that he can take. And depending on what he decides to do, shielding might be a good option. Fortunately for Flo, he doesn't seem to have one of the strong attacks, so... Yeah, right here.
Yeah, but yeah, most of the time this boss really is just, you just keep stabbing and it's just a battle of attrition, and you just have to and he can do the long attack or short attack, and the longer attack you can interrupt by stabbing. But yeah, this finally gives us the bow, and the bow in this game is incredibly powerful, and it can one-shot most enemies.
Yeah, it is, with the Skyward Strike, it is of the most powerful weapons.
Yeah, it will one-shot the Technoblins in this dungeon, which the Technoblins take 2 empowered Skyward Strikes to defeat.
Yeah,
so
right here, just interrupting to say that Flo is going to do a skip called Mass Skip, which is going to skip this whole masked section where you have to kill the Bokoblin on top and then switch back this switch to open this. So if you exit the paint chip in any way and then come back, this flag just gets disabled, and you can use the time chip zone without doing this whole masked section.
Yeah. So the method that Flo just did is relatively found a few months ago. Also, Flo did a cutscene skip there where he shot the lifeboat switch, but then turned around and then quickly entered the interior before the cutscene had a chance to play. But the lifeboat is still lowered. But yeah, so previously the way that you would do mass skip is you would death warp off of the lifeboat into the water out of bounds, and that would and then you would respawn at the save statue, and then you could warp out that way.
Yeah.
But this method is doesn't require doing a death warp.
It is pretty precise on the stick, because you can jump too far, or you can jump back into the same ship, which sucks.
But yeah, the next part of this is there's 2 power generators in the sand ship that we need to activate. And then for the second power generator, while we're in the present, we need to open up the room for the second generator. We just left the room that has the first generator. So there's just some puzzles that we have to solve that require swapping between the past and present.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's not much we can skip in this dungeon except for this mass skip. But yeah. And so, Andy and Lionel are back at being very close. Andy is back in front, but they are both on the same boss.
Yeah, so Flo has activated the first generator, and basically we need to activate these pistons in the engine room and then go down to the engine room, cross through the engine room pistons as platforms to get to the other side of the brig. Because the person who designed this ship had the bright idea that the brig should be connected to the engine room.
Yep.
Seems like a little bit of a security.
There it is.
It works for us because we need to get in there.
Yeah, and so if you were playing SD, you could skip a bunch of those things that we're doing right now, and that's why SD any percent is 3 hours faster than this, and all dungeons is also 1 hour faster, even though it does Skykeep too, which this run will not do Skykeep.
Yeah. Now, now the funny thing is, then you look at 100%, and 100% on this version is actually about a half hour faster than 100% on the Wii version. That's purely because of text and load times that wind up saving more time than Back in Time does for 100%, but 100% can't skip quite as much as other categories.
Yeah. Alright, so he just got the second small key, so he's gonna death warp so that he can get back onto the sand ship and go straight to the captain's cabin, which has the boss key.
Yeah, and then very important to remember to turn off the time shift stone to switch it back to the present before entering the captain's cabin. Said by someone who has definitely never watched Steak before.
For sure. Alright, and Bo is very powerful in this room because of a bunch of BMOs that you can one-shot.
Yeah, because all you have to do is shoot the eye with the bow.
Yeah, and guess what? That was the puzzle of this room, so good thing we did that. Alright, and dropping down to the lifeboat to get to the boss key faster.
Yeah, and now we're going to open the boss door, and that is going to bring us to the So it's going to bring us to a short escape sequence, and then the boss of this dungeon, Tantalus.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tantalus is unfortunately a very slow boss.
Yeah, there's not much to it. There is a sort of strategy you can do on the second phase, but it is pretty much scripted. So yeah, not much we can do to speed up the fight. Because I think no matter how much damage you do to Tantalus, you still have to do 3 cycles. Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, because it's hit-based, not damage-based.
Yeah.
So...
a bunch of bosses are like that in Skyward Sword.
Yeah. Yeah, except for Girahim 3 for some
Yeah.
Girahim 3 is
really unfortunate for Wii any percent.
Yes, very much so.
Wii any percent spends most of the last phase of Girahim 3 just waiting around for Girahim to show the sword. So yeah. That's not gonna happen in this category because we will have the True Master Sword to fight Girahim.
Yeah. So yeah, we can shoot the tentacles with the bow.
We need to shoot 5 of them.
Yeah. And then, yeah, Flo's gonna jump slap into the water just because that will instantly cause Tantalus to come up above the water. Otherwise, you'd have to wait around a bit for that to happen. So that's a tiny optimization. And there's not
going
really much
into the corner allows for the tentacle not to spawn on you, which is very fortunate so you don't get caught up. But in general, yeah.
But yeah, this is kind of rinse and repeat 2 more times.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll also notice Flo spacing out his attacks there. And that is because the boss has iframes, and if you just slash as fast as you possibly can, it will take longer. Because you're basically you're just hitting into his iframes.
Yep. Okay, so second phase is a little bit more interesting. So on the second phase, he tries to get his hair to attack you, and so the idea behind it is that you slash the hair so that you can then slash. Oh, unfortunate. Then you can slash the eye. There's going to be a little bit of skipping all that, but not much.
Yeah, so he's basically going to be trying to shoot his eye immediately to skip that phase.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately, what happened to Flo there where the barrel hit him, we like to call Barrel Dwarf. And it's unfortunate. It's pretty much complete RNG. There's not much you can do about it.
Alright, and 2 cycles makes it so now Sandchip is down, and so for the next segment leading up to Fire Sanctuary, we'll have some neat skips also coming up. And also we'll finally use our 2 bottles, which contains water.
Yeah, notably skipping this heart container. We'll be also skipping the Fire Sanctuary heart container. So we basically get this one. We get most people get the LMF heart container and the Ancient Cistern heart container. The Cistern one we get because Sand Sea is dangerous, and but also we kind of can do some of those jump slash strats much more comfortably if we have more to tank damage. But for the rest of the run, we're going to want to be on low health for death warps.
Also coming up, Andy and Lionel are both on the mini boss, which looks like he's going fine for Andy.
Yeah, Andy got hit once.
Okay.
But it should still be fine. Flo, meanwhile, is golden so that he can amiibo back after he gets Din's power.
Yeah, so that is the same strat that he used back in Leneiru. Alright, so neither Andy or Lionel died and accidentally found back in time. That's good.
So yeah, with that, Flo's getting Song power, which is going to allow access to the Elden Silent Realm.
Yeah, it's also the last time we'll do a Silent Realm or play the harp, which is the last time that he'll have a chance to do harp cancel, so let's see if he gets that. Also, Andy has a lot of trouble doing mass skip. Looks like we might see Lionel getting back front.
Yeah, it is a relative trick, so
yeah,
not surprising to see issues. Lionel got it.
Alright, Flo's got the harp cancel.
Yeah, so the Elden Silent Realm is definitely the hardest of the Silent Realms. That jump didn't work.
Andy has, oh no, that was close though.
Okay, he got it. Yeah, so for the Elden Silent Realm, Elden is kind of divided into a bunch of sub-areas, so the tiers aren't neatly laid out in a circle like they are in the other areas.
Yeah, so the idea is just to go as far up as possible and then go down when you need it. Those tiers are kind of just in their own region, so yeah. So we'll do all of the down area first and then we'll go up.
Yeah, there's also that watcher cycle on the Bone Bridge. We're gonna see it again. Come back from this sub area. So, yeah, we have this one on that you have to swing on the rope.
Yeah, still kind of following the circle pattern, but yeah, it's mostly just trying to go to the closest one and building it from bottom to top.
Yeah, so making it through the other cycle, and yeah, then we can do a jump from there onto the other Bone Bridge. From there, it's relatively straightforward for the rest of the trial.
Yeah.
Just going from tier to tier. There's one in the hot cave area that we had skipped, 2 on the sand slide, and then
last one going back to yeah. So we're gonna get the first on the platform here, and then we're gonna run against the slope to get the second. Yeah, and from there, basically the Siren's Realm is finished. So yeah. Meanwhile, Lionel is still ahead from the mask skip, so that's good.
Yeah, there's still a few equalizers left.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Scrapper Escort is one. The Imprison 2 is another big one that can swing by like a minute or so, and
yeah, G3 Escape also can mess up.
Yeah.
Which G3 Escape is at the very end of the run, so
oh, that's unfortunate for Andy. So yeah, Flo's not be able to just enter right into the Fire Sanctuary entrance area, and then we're going to get the ability to douse for Goddess Cubes, which is not useful, but we're required to get it here.
Yeah. So coming up, we'll have this section where we need to escort Scrapper through Eldon all the way to Volcano or Summit, which we can skip most of it, but it's still going to be tricky to go fast. Because by most of it, you can go all the way to Earth Temple entrance, but after that, yeah, you need to go on foot, and we'll get to see that in a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, the other note, so Flo had to pour the water on the two frogs. The first one is relatively straight targeted, and the water should always land there. The second one is a little bit scarier. And it loses a bunch of time if you miss it. Not as bad as for on Wii, where there's an RBM that only counts for a single load. But it's still you don't want to miss it.
Yeah, but this frog sometimes just does that, and it's really unfortunate. What did I say? The game came out in 1991. Skyward Sword, the famously acclaimed game of 1991.
That feels like a Blame Trez moment.
Yep.
The original game came out in 2011, and then in 2021. To answer the other question in chat, so Flo is the current world record run, and has basically grinded this game non-stop, so Flo has gotten extremely good.
Andy is a long-time runner. Lionel, I think, is more recent. But Flo, he's not missed a lot this run. I don't think he missed a significant streak, except maybe for one hot pencil.
I think, Lionel, I think, is rather... Andy, I think Andy's primary focus is Twilight Princess, so I think some of this for him is just Ross.
So right now, Flo is on the escort section, which is really slow. So what he'll do instead is just go back into the sky and go to temple entrance instead. The devs thought about that and just made a scrapper say something like, wait, I'm not here, something like that. But if you die in this state, and kind of just bring him all the way back to temple entrance. And so you might be wondering why we didn't do that all the way to Fire Sanctuary. That's because there's a fight trigger that does not let us go there, I think.
There's the fight trigger basically prevents you from leaving the area immediately statue, and so you can't possibly bring Scrapper there. Like, they thought about that, they didn't. Fortunately, they did not think about just bringing him up to the temple entrance, so we get to save a little bit of the Scrapper escort, but not all of it, so we do have to do this last bit. So Flo's just gonna walk fairly slowly, and then as soon as he hears the Boko cries start coming, that's really unfortunate.
I don't know.
I think he'll make it to the
he's fine. He's fine.
The thing is, Scrapper probably took a lot more damage than he ordinarily would have, so there's a chance that Scrapper just dies here. And yeah, so Flo has decided to just not risk it, go through the loading zone to the waterfall area just to reset Scrapper's position and then make it guaranteed that Scrapper will make it to the end.
Yeah, Scrapper tells you during this that to let him follow you. It's not important. He'll teleport through any loading zone. You don't have to have him close to you or whatever. All that's needed is that he's not dead. Okay, so Lionel failed the strat somehow for Senseless, which sucks.
Okay, I have never seen that strat before, but that is amazing.
Yep.
Green.
Yeah, this sucks. If you miss it, yeah.
Yeah, if you miss it, it feels really bad. But when you get it, like Flo just did, it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and you got it.
Yeah. And now, after opening this chest, there's a trick here called Gold Skip, where you do a front hop jump slash towards the door to skip an NPC named Gold. Flo unfortunately missed it. Fortunately, the HD text means that missing it doesn't cost that much time, but it's still something you don't want to miss. Especially not when Deesh is in chat, who's the one who discovered the trick. Yeah, so we have this Megmanos here. So hopefully this Megmanos is just going to grab the platform and lift it up. Sometimes the Megmanos can just troll you.
Yeah, most runners are using motion controls, mostly because it feels natural, more natural. I think most, if not everything, works without motion controls. You can use button, but yeah.
Yeah, there are two major disadvantages to button control. The first being that you cannot quick charge the bow, and the second being that you don't have as much control when diving, and there is one trick that we're going to be doing on Skyloft a bit later that...
oh yeah, true.
You need I'm not sure it's possible on button controls. I might be
Yeah, I don't think so.
That, but yeah.
Alright, so right here we got another use of Bomb Beetle. This one is pretty precise, but he got it.
Yeah, that is probably the most difficult Bomb Beetle in the... because it is, like, you basically need to be able to fly the beetle basically directly over the fence and in a completely straight line, or else it won't work. Okay. So yeah, in the meantime, Andy flying towards the Thunderhead.
Yeah. They are both still pretty close. I think it's gonna again depend on one, the Half Cancel, and two, S-Force. Alright, so here you can just kind of do a jump slash.
and now we enter the double Megmanos fight, where ideally we can kill both of the Megmanos with a single cycle. So we're... yeah, so you have to ride one of these platforms up, and then grab the water pod, and then if we time it very precisely, we can hit both of them at once.
Yeah.
And then by calling Phi here, then that skips the cutscene that happens once the lava starts draining. So that's a small time save. Okay, looks like Leonel got Harp Cancel.
Alright, let's see if Andy gets a little bit behind or keeps this pace.
Yeah. So meanwhile, Flo got the Magma Mitts that allows him to go into the underground tunnels.
Right, he
and got Harp Cancel. So yeah, Flo's gonna want to set up for a Death Warp in a little bit. Yeah, so gonna auto-save at the statue here, and then getting small key for that small key door. Now, so we did the trick called Eat, where we did the, like, save death warp, abusing the autosaves there. And that is a trick that barely doesn't work in this dungeon. If we could get that to work, it would let us skip the entire rest of this dungeon. Because the way that Fire Sanctuary works is that it's split into two different maps. There's an inner map and an outer map, and if you access and there's things are duplicated on both maps, including the bird statue in front of the boss door, but the wrong map statue has a weird effect where if you try to go to the sky with it, instead of going to the sky, you'll be warped into the boss room.
Oh, yeah.
So if we were able to get to that statue on the wrong map, it would let us skip everything else in this dungeon. But unfortunately, we have not been able to find a way to do it.
Yeah, and Fire Sanctuary layout is pretty boring. You basically go in one direction, then backtrack, use a small key, go in one direction, backtrack, activate the switch, go in one direction, get the boss key, backtrack. So yeah.
Yeah, and then so another version difference is that on HD they tried to patch out the fact that we death warp here by making us like talk to this magma, but literally all we have to do is talk to the magma, and then that trigger gets removed and we can death warp. Yeah, so that death warp will take us right back to the door that we need the small key for.
Alright, this brings us to outer, which is we're really close to finishing the dungeon right now. We need to make the lava flow then do a little bit more puzzles to get the boss key, and then beat Kira him again. Unfortunate.
Yes.
Both Angie and Lionel activated water, which is not good. Yeah, you need to do this minigame with plats.
Yeah. It's relatively simple, though, so you basically just want to chase him into a corner and then approach him from the other side, and then, yeah, it's pretty fast when you actually get it. But yeah, and then we can ignore the chest, it just has a heart piece. Yeah, so Flo defeating a couple enemies there so that they don't interfere. And then we have this very strangely designed tunnel system leading to a rock that is going to cause this lava flow to start somehow flowing down this whole screen.
Yeah, so this one rock was what retained the lava. The boxes are not important. It was this one rock.
Yeah, so Flo shooting down the water plant, and then by the time it fully forms, he is already there.
Yeah. And now both Lionel and Andy are on their way to escort, so we might see some changes in the pacing.
Yeah, Andy, the last one to pour water. Okay, there were no water time.
That's good, that's good. Actually, is that fixed in HD or not? I think I remember hearing about it being fixed, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know if I heard anything about any changes there. So I feel like it's probably about the same. Or I don't know. Maybe they did change something with that to make it harder to miss.
Yeah. I just didn't seem to see someone miss that in HD yet, so I don't know.
Actually, no, I'm pretty sure it is possible to miss it because there's a runner named Jasnix who had a split for that called Really, Really Hard segment, and every time he missed pouring the water there, he would add another really to the split name. So I think he's at Really, Really segment.
I see. And you just confirmed that it's the same.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
Okay, I heard fake news then. Also, mini-boss coming up.
Yep. Yeah, so we have this Moldorm here. And then we just need to hit its tail 3 times, and we're going to try to manipulate it so that it goes in a direction where we can hit it more easily. Actually, it seems to be pretty good RNG thus far for Flow.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, it bonking in the wall there is really nice.
Alright, good fight. Also, both Angie and Leonela are getting on escorts, so yeah. Alright, so equipping the shield for him, I think if he accidentally hit the opposite direction of the sword, you still have a chance to parry his attack, so yeah. Okay, unfortunate key.
Yeah, it was like barely off for me.
Yeah.
That could be one of the most frustrating things when you're running this. Is just like, come on, it's visually in there. Just give it to me.
It is. That's alright though. It's the last one for this race, so yeah. Alright, Garim 2 starting pretty similar to first one. He has a lot of different attacks, so yeah.
Yeah, so we're hoping for a specific attack here, which Flo got one that basically allowed him to get to stun gear him and get a lot more damage in. And then that attack you can interrupt and cause him to do the backflip attack. But now we're kind of just hoping he does the attack where he just like puts his swords up and lets you slash in the other direction.
Yeah. Garim 2 is this boss that when you do casually, you feel like it's alright, but when you do speedrun wise and you learn to actually do it fast, it feels really good in my opinion.
Yeah. But yeah,
oh,
gonna
no.
skip.
Lionel just fell into lava. I'm not sure if that matters, but we'll see. Oh, Angie also has trouble. Okay. And the scrapper is dead.
Yeah, looks like, yeah, Scrapper might have just gone the wrong direction, like, sometimes. Oh yeah, you do have to kill at least that one Boko there, otherwise that Boko will interfere. Okay. And then, I don't know, Scrapper might have taken one hit from one of the other Bokos, but it should be fine. And on Leonel's screen, Leonel ran out of stamina a bit far away from the load zone, so wasn't quite able to get there before Scrapper died. Fortunately, on HD, you get an autosave at that statue, and that kind of skips the very beginning part.
Yeah.
So, that is right very helpful.
Yeah, right here, there's no chance he misses. He still goes for this. Okay. Also, Flo is getting on Imprisoned 2.
Yes. So, Imprisoned 1 was relatively straightforward. Imprisoned 2 is a much more difficult fight. At least to execute in a speedrun. And wow, Andy and Lionel are almost synced. But yeah, so basically you want to be able to get onto his head and stay on his head, and then you can finish the fight itself in like less than 30 seconds. But if you fail the jump / trick to stay on his head, you can lose upwards of a minute trying to get back onto his head.
Yeah.
If Flo executes this fight correctly, and same with the other runners, then we will not see the Grucinator at all. other than right now. So first, yeah, Flo's gonna slash the fingers. That's gonna stun the imprisoned long enough for that air vent to open, allowing us to get up earlier. And so that is one cycle done correctly. So now, we're still on his head. So we're gonna set up for another spin attack jump slash.
All right, very nice.
Yeah, now we just have to get a spin attack slash and finish the fight.
Yeah. So this was a very good fight.
Yep, that was textbook.
Yeah.
That fight can go very wrong if you fail any of that, and it's it's one of those things where this is probably the Imprison 2 fight is probably one of the most stressful parts of the run.
Yeah, because those timings are not as easy as it seems.
Yeah, it's something that you get used to after a while, but even so, like, in the original game, there was a world record that SVA held for almost a year. And SVA was that good of a runner that he failed one of the jump slashes on the Imprison, lost a minute, and his time was still basically unbeatable.
Yeah, that's
but
the
it just goes to show that even the best runners can screw up the Imp 2 fight occasionally.
Yeah.
Okay, Andy's going for the Beetle Bomb trick. Looks like this is most likely not gonna work because he bonked.
You have to, yeah. Oh no, that's very bad.
We'll have to see if he got the autosave at the statue before the mini-boss fight.
I can't imagine he didn't, but...
Yeah, if he got that autosave, he didn't lose that much time. Looks like Lionel's also having...
Yeah, depending on how long he spends on it, we might not be too far. Yeah, okay. They are basically at the same time right now, so...
Yeah. The one
looks
thing
like Lionel got it. Oh no, okay, never mind.
Yeah. Okay, Andy got it.
Yeah.
And Lionel also took a death to that. The one other thing that you got to keep in mind when you're going for retries with that trick is that you also have to keep your bomb count in mind, and because you need a bomb for the death warp after the small key, and you need a bomb for the bomb wall. So you do kind of need to keep that in mind so that you don't wind up in there and realize you don't have enough. And Lionel is going to just do the intended strat here of grabbing the bomb flower.
Yeah.
Which I think, judging from his bomb count, was probably the correct decision. So meanwhile, Flo got the True Master Sword. And that kicked off the Song of the Hero quest, which we are going to start. We're going to do the first part of it, and that's going to unlock the boss rush minigame. And once we unlock the boss rush minigame, we're going to abuse it to get to the end of the game.
Yeah, so all that we did was basically to get to 10 the dragon, which any person tweet does that, but uses RBM to set flags instead of doing the game. So yeah, Right now, the goal is to activate the Song of the Hero quest, and then we'll start with the Thunder Dragon. And yeah.
Yeah, so, first we have to talk to a couple people in the academy. So, Flo's talking to the headmaster, and so the headmaster's going to direct us to talk to Owlin. So, then Flo's going to enter Owlin's room. Yeah, unfortunately, Andy did not get the quick kill there.
Yeah.
Now, one notable thing about this is that Owlin's room is unlocked by getting the sailcloth. So even if we were able to skip the sailcloth, if we did, then we wouldn't be able to get the sailcloth. And here, Flo's doing a very precise dive down to this platform here, and that's going to skip the spiral charge tutorial. So he's going to enter here and then immediately use the amiibo to head back to Seal Temple. And yeah, now we have the spiral charge without having to do the tutorial.
Yeah, that's the one use of motion control. I believe that is mandatory.
Yeah, because I don't think that dive is possible on button controls.
Yeah, there is an alternative if you're on button control, but it's slower.
Yeah, the alternative is that you talk to Owlin, you decline to do the minigame, then you enter and leave Waterfall Cave, you go ask him to do it again, and then you death warp off the platform. And then your spawn point is set outside the trigger that forces you into the tutorial, and you can fly out from there. But yeah, it's slower than the amiibo method.
Yeah. All right. So coming up is the Bilosite fight. Not sure I have a lot of things to talk about before we get into it.
Yeah, it's so yeah, Andy doing pillar jump there. So did pillar jump. It saves like a tiny amount of time on HD. There's in the all dungeons category in the game where you do a bit warp onto that area on the opposite map. The claw shot target isn't there, so then it becomes required.
Yeah.
But yeah, so now we just have to fly this big pumpkin soup container that somehow nothing ever spills out of it during this long journey. But yeah, we have to fly it to the Rainbow Island.
Yeah, and all that is just to start the Song of the Hero quest.
Yeah. So we're going to be starting a boss fight here. On the original version, you could land directly onto Levias and activate the second phase of the fight early, and then you would fight it invisible, and it would be invisible. But that was patched in HD.
Yeah,
so
a lot of old odd stuff was patched in HD.
Yeah. So yeah, so we have to hit the 4 eyeballs here. And so there's a certain RNG pattern with it, and so what Flo needs to do is hit the ones that are underneath Levias, and then he can land on Levias and use the bow to shoot the ones that are on top. That Skytail just almost decided it was gonna be a nuisance, but barely missed. And yeah, by shooting that last one with the bow will one-shot it. And now we get the second phase.
Yeah, so if you wait for Bailosai to shoot a second ball, as you shoot back the first, you can kind of skip that. There's not much else to say about this fight. You can use bow to skip having a third ball when he gets angry. But yeah.
Flo taking a bit of intentional damage for a death warp after this fight. But yeah, the hitboxes were also changed a little bit on HD, so it's possible to double hit the eye with a Skyward strike in this last phase, but it looks like Flo is going to opt for bow strats.
Yeah, that is fair.
So Andy's on the Platts chase. Lionel picked up the map, which is not necessary, but
that's a
possibly
little
just out of habit. Or just like, just kind of like, it's easy.
Rando habit.
Rando habit. And or just kind of like being like, oh, there's a chest next to me, must be important.
Yeah.
And then it's the map, and then you're like, I just wasted like 25 seconds or whatever.
It's alright.
It's not quite that long, but it's...
Yeah. So Flo right here, Death Warp, because the position Bios spawns at is random, I believe. And some positions put you closer to this zone than others. So what you do instead is you Death Warp so that you can respawn on your left wing, and you're just on the loading zone, so that's really fast. Just takes 4 seconds, sure, but there's also the little text. I think it opens the map when you get the dungeon map. So all that, pretty unfortunate, but yeah.
Yeah, because it's chest opening animation, and because I way overestimated the time on.
Yeah, no, it's alright. But in general, it's Alright, so Flo is going to start the Thunder Dragon quest. So yeah, not much to say. You won't get the Life Tree Seedling to get the Life Tree Fruits to heal the Thunder Dragon, and we'll have access to boss rush, and that's really important.
Looks like Andy broke his shield.
Yeah, it's alright. He won't have a shield form during him too, it sucks, but it's alright.
Yeah. And I mean, it's fine. Like, the shield doesn't really save that much time through the end of the run. It's just I'm not sure. I'm not sure what strats he goes for demise, because there's a shield strat and a shieldless strat.
Yeah, I mean, either strats are going to be fast anyway. And demise is not that slower without a shield. You would just jump slash instead of dash.
Yeah, and technically there is a faster strat where you can actually just like...
True.
If you're very precise with your sword slashes, you can basically, after each of the phases, you can kind of like have him block an attack and then slash to stun him immediately, but it's a lot more precise. But yeah, now Flo is entering the mine score, and the minecart score is something like 7 minutes. it's an auto-scroller, so there's not a lot that happens, so we'll try to make it as interesting as possible, but
you have a bunch of void outs that you do to advance the minecart because it is that slow. Casually, it's scary. Speedrunning wise, it's not. So yeah, in the meantime, India has a clear lead right now on Lionel. Again, this can change. Speedrunning isn't scary after a couple of times. That depends. There are tricks that are scary. But yeah, right now, Andy could lose time to J3 escape, basically. Or him too, also. But yeah, right now he has the lead. Yeah, stream's stuttering a bit. I thought this was on my end, but yeah. Oh, Lionel also lost his shield.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, but again, it doesn't really matter. Alright, Andy's going into gear him to.
Yeah. Yeah, meanwhile, this section of the minecart escort is pretty much just going across these vines.
Yeah.
After these vines, Flo's gonna set up for a void out that's going to skip a little bit and just teleport the minecart forward. And there'll be like one more instance of this. Okay, Andy kind of getting the like jump
Yeah.
pattern
The jump
from him, which is a fine pattern to get at the beginning of the fight because it allows you to get a stun in, but after you get about a quarter of his damage off, then you can't get him stunned anymore, and so then you don't really want to see those slower attacks, so you want to just see the attacks where he's immediately vulnerable.
Also, thank you for the refresh. Alright, coming up on Lowe's end, there is gonna be one last void out. Yeah, it doesn't really help. It's fine though, it's fine.
Yeah, this gate that Flo just passed is like... we like that gate because it doesn't have a cutscene associated with it.
Yeah, for once.
Back in Exto's chat a number of years ago, we named that gate Michelle. So that is Michelle the Gate.
Nice.
But yeah, we're nearing the end of the minecart score. Here's where it starts to actually get a little bit dangerous. I mean, these spike traps are relatively easy to avoid.
Yeah, there's gonna be one neat thing towards the end of this room where you basically use brake slides right here to get up on this part where you're supposed to wait for the main car to go all the way up to the door and stuff. But yeah, you can just kind of use brake slides, or I guess there was not even a brake slide.
It also makes this part much safer because you're able to get into this room before the Bokos have a chance to spawn. And as long as you can keep ahead of all the enemies, like this room that seems very intimidating at first, like, is actually not all that bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's another BMOS here. And then, yeah, a couple more enemies. And then we pretty much just need to defeat the left BMOS here. And because there's a lever behind it that opens the door. And in fact, like, technically we don't even need to defeat it as long as we can latch the whip onto it.
Yeah, it is Monk-ass though.
Yeah. It's just... Yeah. It was definitely a very scary room when I was first learning.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Now, yeah, it's the end of the escort. So, one last bomb beetle right here.
Yeah. Yeah, it used to be that we wouldn't... Bomb beetle just because, like, our bomb count mattered, but at this point in the run, like, the run is basically over and we don't need to use any more bombs, so we're free to use one of our own bombs for that.
This is the real end of the run.
Yeah,
right,
so Flo...
Yeah.
Yeah, Flo healed a couple hearts there in preparation for the G3 escape.
This cutscene, any percent runners from the Wii category don't know it, but it exists.
Yeah.
Alright, so basically all Flo needs to do right now is get the Life Tree Seedling, get the fruits, go back and activate what's it called? Boss Rush, and then beat the game. But we'll explain G3 Escape as we go, I think.
Okay, yeah, looks like Andy's Imp 2 has did not quite go as well. We'll see if he can get this. Okay, so you managed to stay on this time. I'm not sure which cycle he's on.
Yeah.
Oh,
last cycle. Nice.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, he fell off the one, but yeah, that's, yeah, I mean, that's like, if you're going to mess up Imp 2, that's probably like as clean of an Imp 2 as you're, as you can expect, having messed it up once.
I think, yeah. Right now, Andy has a pretty big lead on Lionel. I don't know. Can he get back Lionel? Like, I want to say G3 Escape might help him, but realistically, no. I don't know though.
Yeah, well, I mean, G3 Escape, it's very easy to fail for, like, seemingly no reason sometimes, where it's just like Girahim just decides to attack you.
Yeah.
But
I also think True Master Sword makes it a little bit harder because it's longer.
I almost feel the opposite, but yeah, I don't know.
Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know.
Like,
I feel like Link kind of lunges forward when using Goddess sword. But yeah.
Yeah, well, I think it's just a difference actually that isn't necessarily because of True Master Sword. It's because of a Wii versus HD. I think
you know
on
what?
HD,
That's fair.
Link doesn't move as far forward when you do sword attacks.
Yeah, probably.
So, yeah. So Flo has the life tree fruit and now has to fly back to Lanayru to give it to the Thunder Dragon.
Yeah, give him some 220. Alright, so I guess we might explain G3 escape as Flo gets into Gyarahin 3, right?
Yeah. So basically the idea behind G escape is that there is a bird statue at the very bottom of the arena. It's the same bird statue that you can save your game at before the demise fight, but it exists in G3 as well. It's just that you're normally not supposed to ever be able to access it. But if you can drop down to it from above, then you can save there. And so what we're going to do is we're going to access the Girahim 3 fight via Boss Rush. That puts us into minigame mode. And then what we're going to do is we're going to manipulate the platforms. Because basically there's a platform, and then at a fixed distance underneath the platform is a void plane. We're going to basically be hanging off the platforms to try to manipulate them so that they wind up... that the void plane ultimately winds up below the ground. And then we're able to jump, and we're also going to be trying to push Girahim in a direction that's going to bring us closer to the statue so that we can just jump down to the statue and save at it while the void plane is below the ground.
Yeah, and that disables boss rush flags. Also, Lionel has terrible luck on M2, sorry. But yeah, G3 escape will put us on the true Gyarahin 3 fight, and then beating it will put us in front of Demise, and then we can just beat the game. Or I guess not. The G3 fight will have some issues because we'll be at the bottom of the arena where we're supposed to be at the top with G3. So we'll have to fix that first, but it's not too hard to do, hopefully. Yeah, but it's looking good for Flo. Alright, and now you can just jump down and yeah.
Yeah, so we have to do a hard save here because this statue doesn't have an autosave around it. So, but yeah, we can reload with the hard save, and then if we angle ourselves just right, we can basically make Link slide upwards and put us back into the arena. And then there's a small gap in the fence here that, Flo's doing a bit of a lineup to try to jump through.
Yeah, I got it.
Took a few tries, but got there. And now we just have to run up to where the void plane is. Because right now, Girahim is way up in the sky. But if we get to a certain height, we'll be able to hit the void plane, and that's going to respawn Girahim down near where we...
Yeah, but it's not over, because if we try and beat Girahim like that, so if you try and put Girahim on the ground, and then jump slash him, or fade up below him, the game crashes. So first we need to actually fix the fight by putting him back into the center, so that okay, nice slide. Yeah, we can just play the fight normally. This fight is very not solid. There is a bunch of ways of crashing it. That's because Flo parried him, and he was not on his platform, and he does not like that. I'm not sure if you have a better explanation or whatever.
Yeah, I don't quite fully understand what makes him slide there, but yeah. And Flo also got purple hand skip there. If you do a parry exactly right, you can skip the whole phase where he has his purple hands and you have to slash between them.
Yeah.
And then this next phase, he's going to slash Girium's sword out, and then he's going to charge a Skyward Strike and then Skyward Stab his core, and that is going to,
stun him.
That's going to stun him, and we can one-cycle this phase. And then...
You wretched brat.
You wretched brat! Yeah. And then this phase, we can just parry the big sword and just do spin attacks and to break it. And now we're at Demise.
Alright, so Flo finishes this in less than a minute. If he doesn't mess up, but he has more than enough hearts, I think he's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, so this fight is very scripted. It's just the same sequence of sword slashes and spins.
Yeah, so what you can do is slash him 5 times to get him on the ground, and then if you slash him during his combo, he gets back onto the ground because it's been 6 times then. So you can kind of, go and do that. And then on this fight, if you try and get him on the ground, that counts as knocking him down. So next time you try and use your Skyward Strike, this knocks him down instantly and time. GG's. And I think this is a new world record, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, according to the race time timer, 3:54:47. So...
new world record.
Now, yeah,
this
so
is
I think...
trend.
Yeah, now, again, like, as I mentioned at the start, like, Switch 2 has much faster loading times than Switch 1 did, so there's about 3 minutes of time save there, so it's unsurprising in that regard.
Yeah,
that there's still a lot of pretty easy time save, and this was overall a really solid run.
So, it was a very solid run, and also this is the second time Flo has gotten a world record in those races, those anniversary races. So, yeah. Hopefully 2026 we'll see another world record again.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing is with these, we've had the trend of there's a new discovery after the anniversary race, so maybe there'll be another discovery in a couple weeks.
Surely. Alright, so looking back at Andy and Lionel, Andy is still faster right now. I'm not sure there is a chance for Lionel to get back his time losses. And maybe G3 Escape will do it, but I doubt it. Oh yeah, early FS, surely.
Yeah. Looks like Andy got fairly good IRNG.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm still waiting to find, like, an actual glitch with the amiibo. Like, we we use the amiibo a lot for time saves, but it's been relatively unbroken thus far. Like, we haven't found anything really that, with the amiibo that is, like, does anything really glitched or anything like that. So, like, I'm still holding out hope that we might eventually find something with the amiibo where we can get it into a glitch state that helps us somehow. But it's been like 4 years now. Haven't found anything yet.
I mean, in general, Skyward Sword is a pretty solid game. It's just back in time that is very broken. Also, RIP Andy. Actually, that's fine. Now he has one heart for the death heart.
Yeah, he's
fine.
might have taken that damage intentionally.
I don't know.
I wasn't paying full attention there.
Alright, but same thing, Andy is pretty close to finishing the game in about 20 minutes. He just has to go through those quests, the Thunder Dragon quests, and then she's free escape, and then yeah. Alright, but let's see if Lionel gets his first try. Yeah, no, barely. Alright. Another try. This looks better. Yeah. Alright, I believe he has his amiibo set up at whatever he would have set it up. Probably Elton. Oh no, right. Baron.
Yeah, it would be set up in Sealed Temple.
Yeah, of course.
Because that's the last place you left.
To be fair, I don't run with amiibo because I do not have an amiibo. Alright, so Andy is gonna start up the minecart escort. Yeah, so again, not much to say for the minecart escort. We pretty much said it all, at least for the important stuff. Like, there's gonna be the same Void Warp. Hopefully he doesn't die.
Yeah, dying in the minecart escort is really bad, because you basically have to do the entire thing over again.
Yeah. It's a solid 5-minute time loss, which would really suck, but yeah. Neither runner should die. normally.
Practice extreme caution, Vert.
Yeah.
Okay,
Extreme caution from the Switch. Very, very scary.
yeah, but yeah, basically just defeating each enemy as it approaches. The beginning of this pretty much is just about knowing where
Yeah.
and then you can just immediately defeat it. Like,
And again, the same Void Warp right here.
okay, let's see what Lionel's like.
Yeah, right now, on Levias. Okay, he took damage, that's fine. That's actually good if he doesn't take damage afterward.
Okay, he got the one on the bottom. I think the rest you might be able to get from on top of Levias, which honestly
Yeah, depends on arrows, I feel like. He's going for, safe strats, probably. Oh.
Yeah. Personally, I consider shooting them from on top of Levias a lot safer than flying the loft wing, because
you know what? That's fair.
It's much more predictable, and that's an unfortunate hit that Andy took there. I mean, it's fine, but it does make the rest of this a lot scarier.
Yeah, if you see the positive, that means that he doesn't have to take damage for the upcoming death warps, but yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see
there
how...
aren't any death warps for the rest of the run.
Yeah.
There would have been on the original, but because we just amiibo out after getting the Life Tree seedling, they're really, like, there are no more death warps, so there is no more advantage to having low health.
Yeah, I'm thinking amiibo-less, my bad.
Yeah. Yeah, without the amiibo, then you death warp. Optimally, you can also run back and hit the minecart, but that is slower.
Oh no, unfortunate. Leone had barely not enough arrows. It's fine though. He did not get hit, which is really good. Yeah. And then on Andy, well, same thing. But yeah. Right now, biggest risk factor I feel like is just G3 escape, and then rest of the run should be pretty fine. Except if something real bad happens after the save warp, but I don't know what. Like, he could end up crashing on G3 because he jumps at the same time or something like that, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's relatively unlikely.
Yeah, that is very unlikely in my opinion.
Like
You have to have bad luck and also bad.
Like, I feel like you need to kind of, for that to happen, you just need to not be paying attention
Yeah.
to what you're doing.
Also, Lionel has unfortunately no bombs. Tried to kill himself on Levias, but did not get hit. So very unfortunate.
Okay. Andy got that lever in time, so should be safe in this last room.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh no, oh scary.
it's
it's fine.
I said that and then...
He's fine, he's fine.
This has all the energy of the dog on fire. But yeah, I think now he's fine, but it looked very scary for a few seconds. Yeah, I think Andy's taking it very safe by killing both of those BMOs. He knows that he can't afford to take a hit at this point.
This is the very, very end. There's next to no chance he gets hit, but yeah. Alright, so Angie is finishing on minecart, and Lionel is going to start on minecart. Alright, getting back some health. He needs at least 3 hearts to get G3 escape. Or no, not in HD, my bad. In HD you can just sail clove.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit less reliable, though. I think it's ideally you do want to jump slash for the last cycle of G3 escape, so you do wind up taking 2 hearts, but it might still be possible to sell cloth, but I would pretty much always go for
yeah, I think Cellcloth might make Garahim more likely to attack you.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, there are 2 backup fairies he can take at low grounds, and he can also heal at still grounds, so yeah.
Yeah, or just heal on the stool here, like just heal a heart before entering.
Yeah, true.
That's probably what I would do is, when he gets back here, because it's just, like, it's basically right on the path, is just sit on the stool to heal 1 heart and then go for it.
Yeah. That's probably true.
Yeah. And minecart escort begins on Lionel's side.
Yeah.
Lionel has 5 hearts, so
you can take 2 hits.
Playing it a bit safer than the other runners did.
Yeah.
I have never seen that before. Because Lionel just, like, I guess the that little bit of cliff thing just spawned underneath him, and it kind of rose up on top of it and was grabbing the ledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the GDQ meme of that's never happened before.
Yeah. Alright. Andy almost finished on the Thunder Dragon quest, so we'll get to gear him soon, and then yeah, run's gonna end pretty soon for Andy. I think he's about 10 minutes away from the end, maybe less.
Yeah, I think a little bit less. Like,
Yeah.
honestly, it's probably like 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah, I'm thinking any percent we.
Yeah, because the Gear 3 is significantly faster than on any percent Wii. Because we
and
have
also
Tremaster Sword.
Thunder Dragon text is also way faster.
Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, bonking that zipper, it feels bad.
Yeah, especially at the end of the run. Yeah.
Yeah, so healing that one heart did, and
Alright, so he has one shot at G3 escape, but yeah, you don't really have another shot if you miss, honestly. And on HD, resetting the fight is pretty fast because of the Thunder Dragon's text being way faster, so yeah, you should be fine regardless.
Yeah. So again, Andy's hanging off the platform, so that causes the platform to spawn lower. And then we're trying to push Girahim off of each platform before it can start moving upward. And by doing that repeatedly, we're trying to push the platforms to be close to where the statue is, and also be low enough that the void plane underneath is below the ground. And with those two things combined, we're able to jump off the platform to the area where the statue is and save there. So there's a couple strats for this last cycle, so we'll see what he decides to do. I think he's just going for the jump/down strat. There's another strat where you backflip off the platform that Yal found. Okay, I guess the platform started rising, so...
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, so Andy, unfortunately, will have to retry.
That's fine, though. This loses like a minute. Maybe more, maybe a minute 30. Also, Leonel getting hit a bit during this last room. Hopefully he doesn't die. He should be fine
Yeah.
though.
Oh,
He doesn't have arrows.
Yeah, I mean, he
That
should
could
still
be bad.
fine, as long as...
Oh no. Well,
yeah,
okay.
I think ironically, I think he would have been better off to just not try to kill that right Beamos.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can also see why he just was like defeat all the enemies just to feel safer. But yeah, not like honestly, if he's uncomfortable with it, like I might just gone back to the caves area and broken the barrel that has arrows in it just to get a refill. But yeah. Otherwise, like, I mean, you don't necessarily need arrows to beat it, because on the Wii version, the restricted bit category does this escort without the bow. Okay, let's see if Andy has better luck this time.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Yeah, this looks a lot better.
This
So, yeah,
works for sure. Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, grab the ledge, but otherwise was fine.
Also, notice how this file was a new adventure instead of a new hero file. I'm not sure this matters for HD, but on SD, if you try and copy over a file, save over a file that it already has data, such as hero data, it prompts you to, are you sure you want to delete that? Not sure if that does it in HD too, but yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they added on HD the ability to save on any file, whereas on the Wii version, it would always save over the file that you started. Yeah, I mean, it basically, even though he's on the new adventure, still asks, like, are you sure you want to save on this file? Which,
yeah,
kind of pointless for a new adventure file that doesn't have anything on it, but I guess. Okay. Yeah, it looks like Andy's having a little bit of getting the exact angle here.
This is another setup for this, where you kind of get the camera to move automatically towards the spot. It is kind of tricky to get it. But let's see if he gets it. Nice.
Yeah, I guess it's trying to
New
reset
setup.
it.
Alright, I'm not sure what Andy is doing. I don't know
Maybe
if
he's consulting. He's trying to like look up.
Oh yeah, true.
What the setup is. Like he might have just forgotten. Because I'm not sure how much SSHD has done in prep for this race, but he might have just there he got it. So I suspect he was just looking up the setup.
Yeah, so for reference, SD and HD have different setup on that. SD's setup is very straightforward and also a lot more consistent. You clip basically with any angle. HD is a lot more finicky and precise. All right.
Okay, well,
So-
your team kind of bonked the fence a little bit, but still made it over, and that's the important part.
Yeah, it usually doesn't get back into this area if it gets onto the thing. That's another thing. If you go too close to the border, sometimes you just cannot get him past this border. So yeah. Oh, yeah, Angie doesn't have a shield. I think neither runner have a shield.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, so it looks like, yeah, Leonel took a hit from the Deku Baba there, but still has
Yeah,
a
4 heart
couple
should be
hits
safe.
Yeah.
If he doesn't mess up the last room, takes safe without bow, but still. Right, Angie messing up a little bit this right. Yeah, he was 2 hits away. Your fractured bread.
So they wait to pull the lever there because early, then the door like kind of the lever will go down, and then it'll be like the minecart's too far away and the lever will reset. So you need to wait until the minecart is close enough that the door will actually open.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. So Andy coming up on at the end of the run. Demise should be pretty straightforward. I think he has 4 health, so again. Lionel forgetting that there's a switch. Okay. Alright.
Okay, so yeah, so Andy doing the backflip jump slash strats.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright, Lionel is approaching the end of the Minecraft section. Alright, and GG's.
Yep, GG to Andy. We'll see his official
Andy,
race
GG.
time in a second. 4:25:05.
Yep. GG's. Alright, Lionel taking safe with 5 hearts. He does not need 5 hearts for G3 escape, but it's fair. Alright, and now same as before, he's about 10 minutes away from the end. Unfortunate. Yeah, so you can hit the switch starting from specific points where you removed enough sand so that the game is happy. Alright. Now, with the life thrusted link, yeah, close to finishing. Alright, so this race was definitely rough for Lionel. He's 22 minutes behind his sum of best, which does not sound good. I mean, for a 4-hour run, it's no, even for a 4-hour run, you would be at 10 minutes. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, a huge part of that was dying at the end of Minecart Escort, because that by itself is like a 7-minute time loss.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
Yeah,
it
has
happens.
happened. I think he got destroyed by him too. He messed up Fire Sanctuary. Yeah. Did not have bombs for Levias. Yeah, the end run was really rough. So yeah. But let's see this G3 escape. Alright, so going in for G3 escape, he does not need to heal. So that's good. He does not have a shield, so no, well, at least not fastest demise, but that's really fine. Yeah, that's pretty much everything to say.
Yep, just gotta give the life tree fruit and then start boss rush.
I've gotta say, being a Wii runner, I'm very jealous of this fast text. He usually yaps a lot. Having a hard time tuning between Imprisoned and Girahim.
Yeah. So the rocks back there in the background are kind of what runners use as a visual to line this up as far as which direction to go. It's not really actually all that precise because it kind of corrects itself over time so that you have a pretty wide range of what direction you're knocking Girahim.
Yeah.
And you can still get the trick, but it's still yeah, the most important thing is just knocking Girahim off, like, generally as fast as possible. You do need to be a little careful because it is possible to knock him off, like, so quickly that the platform doesn't have a chance to move, like, because it needs to kind of move a little bit horizontally. But other than that, yeah, it's a pretty...
Yeah, because the void plane is a plane, so basically only needs have the platform in the general area of the statue and then jump towards the statue. There is an invisible wall close to the statue, that's why we're doing both clips. It's not hard to avoid it though, so yeah. Let's see if he gets the first try. Unfortunate.
Yeah, he got hit this... Okay, the platform started rising.
Yeah, this is not gonna do it, I think. Oh, he's going for it again. Okay, smart move.
I've never had this work, but I mean, it is possible.
Yeah, he's gonna have to manually get the height platform, I think. Maybe. This might be tricky. I'm not sure this will work. But let's see. Let's see it working. Yeah, this is really close. I'm not sure. Oh no, no sail flow. Okay, this might have worked though.
Yeah, if he'd pulled the sailcloth and then done he would have probably had to do a front hop jump slash off, but he might have made it.
Yeah.
Looks like he DNF'd in the race room.
Yeah, I mean, after that, it's fair. He was very close to finishing, so that's pretty sad. You would expect something like 4:36, 4:37, something like that. But yeah, RIP.
Yeah, right. Unfortunate, but I mean...
after what happens between that, the minecart escort, Fire Sanctuary, M2, and this was really rough for him, so yeah. Overall, good race. We got 1 world record. Very solid runs. Some DNF. Yeah, glad I could not participate. I was gonna participate, but then I was thinking about my sleep schedule, and I was like, no. And also, my Switch died on me as I tried to launch the game 30 minutes before the race, so I was gonna come anyway. So yeah. I don't think anyone joins us for an interview, right?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the race room, I don't know if... Lionel declined, so yeah, I think all have declined interviews. So,
yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think GG to the runners. Always, it's been fun to have these anniversary races. And
maybe
see, how the game has developed. Even if it's very small things in the run, it's still fun to kind of have these as a little bit of here's how the run is starting to evolve. But yeah, I think with that we can hand it over to baseball to wrap it up.
Yeah, sure.
That's me. Thanks for watching, everyone. This was a lot of fun. I was only here for the last bit, but tons of fun to watch. Love Skyward Sword. So thank you. Thank you to all of our runners who ran in this race. Flo, Andy, Zelds, Fiernan, and Leonel. Thank you all so much for participating. And of course, thank you to our wonderful commentators today. Couldn't have done this without you. So thanks for being here this whole time. I feel like I learned a lot, so thank you. That's going to do it for this race. Thank you for watching. I am going to raid us over to Pixel Shake, who's playing a Majora's Mask randomizer in a really big archipelago right now. So hope you enjoy that. And we will see you next time. Bye.